We are starting with our meeting. Can we be settled? Yeah, thank you very much. The agenda for this meeting is displayed, and I believe that there are hard copies that were distributed to all colleagues in here. So the first item is the opening. We take this opportunity to open this public hearing now at 4 minutes past 11. And we want to acknowledge the MEC for the Department of Health, MEC Mediaketse Mashego, your HOD and entourage, honorable members of the Public Accounts Committee, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Dr. Malebana, the legislature staff, and the staff from different political parties, the viewers that are connected from different media platforms. Good morning and welcome to the public hearing. The department that is appearing today is the Department of Health, which is going to account on the cents and rents that were allocated to them by the Treasury for the financial year 2024-2025, and even the service delivery targets that were set based on their APPs presented in the House. We are going to hear from them how they spend those funds. As Scopa, we want to remind members and colleagues and the public that we are mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 114, 2A and B, which stipulates that the provincial legislature should provide mechanisms for oversight, and this mandate has been given to Scopa to ensure that the executive is accountable to the people of Limpopo, and that is why we are here. We ensure that the departments comply with the legislation, put necessary internal controls to ensure that they are able to do the oversight of what is happening within the department, and the executive will come in account. The accounting officer is responsible for the day-to-day running of the department and plays a very important role in ensuring that there is compliance with the regulations, there is compliance with every piece of policy, including the Treasury regulations that are put in the PFMA, and ensure the oversight. And where there are deviations, the accounting officer should take corrective measures or consequence management. We are saying so because we need to ensure that the people of the province get the services that they deliver. And as the Department of Health, we believe that every family, every individual is touched by the services of this department, and that is why it is important that they must get their things right. Presently, the department has obtained unqualified audit from the financial year 2024-2025, And we want this department to get clean audit because it is getting a major share in the budget. And if Department of Health can get clean audit, we'll know that most of the money in the province is utilized correctly. So it is very important. And without wasting a lot of time, we would want to check with the MEC that we have received files signed by you and the HOD. We just want you to assure the public that indeed you know the contents of the file. MEC.
Thank you, and good morning to you, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, AG, colleagues from the Department of Health, and all the officials who are present. Indeed, I agree and confirm that I know the contents of the reports that is being forwarded to the committee.
Thank you very much. As we are going to item number 3, which is introductions, we are going to introduce ourselves, but throughout the session, as we are going to deliberate, ask questions and giving responses, may you please continue to introduce yourselves. Everyone who's going to speak must introduce his or herself. It doesn't matter how many times you speak. Every time you speak, you must introduce yourself for the benefit of the public. They must not guess who is speaking, and for the record. So we are going to appeal to you to continue to introduce yourselves. And the other thing is that there are questions that were forwarded to you, and you responded through the documents that you have given us, and you have just confirmed to the MEC that indeed your responses are the ones that we are having. We are going to allow honorable members to ask you those questions, question by question, and then you respond. And if they have follow-up questions, they will be allowed to make follow-up questions until we are satisfied that each and every question is dealt with accordingly. That is the procedure that we are going to follow. And the next item, like I've indicated, is item number 3, which is introductions. We are going to start with the members, honorable members of the committee. Starting with myself, my name is Esther Mukwele, the chairperson of Scopa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable MEC and your team. My name is Jacques Smaller. I'm a member of this portfolio committee.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Chris Matet, a member of this committee.
Good morning. My name is Thabo Mabocha. I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Fitz Bopela, member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, my colleagues. Good morning, Honorable NC and your team. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. I'm the member of this committee as Scopa. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, everybody in the house. My name is Asnat Majumani. I'm the member of this committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson, MEC and your team. My name is Nempumbrun Tambelin Colbert, the member of Scopa.
Good morning, Chair and esteemed member of the Portfolio Committee or the Standing Committee on Scopa, as well as the MEC and the team. I'm not a member of this committee. I'm Chelly Valevana, the chairperson of Portfolio Committee of Health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe before the legislature staff can introduce themselves, I omitted very, very important components of within the accountability ecosystem. I forgot to acknowledge the presence of the AGSA representative and the presence of the representative from the provincial treasury. These two entities play a very important role. In fact, I was not supposed to forget them. My apologies, just missed it. Thank you very much, Legislature.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Pula Ragimwana, Acting Coordinator for Scopa. Thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable members and colleagues from the department. My name is Jerry Sherinda, the researcher.
Morning, honorable members, Chairperson and NEC. My name is Martin Shoshi, the researcher.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. My name is
Kgotso, leina la ka ke Rachel Sianego, researcher for UAT.
Good morning. My name is Carol Slwana, Communication Services.
Thank you very much. Office of the Auditor General.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Victor Amunza, I'm the manager from the agency. Good morning. My name is Sonia Milusa, the assistant manager from the agency.
Provincial Treasurer.
Good morning all. My name is Mata Bostoto, Provincial Treasury, Legislature Oversight Subunit.
Thank you very much. MEC and your team.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Digitin Mashero, MEC for Health in Limpopo.
Good morning. My name is Ntodeni Bamato, HOD, Department of Health.
Good morning, I'm Kumereni Matrobo, Acting CFO.
Good morning, members and colleagues. My name is Mantumi Mawasha, DDG Corporate Services, the Limpopo Department of Health.
Good morning, Palesadi Bakwane, Limpopo Department of Health.
Good morning, my name is Muteiwana Dombo, Department of Health, Limpopo, Deputy Director General.
Can we get your positions?
Acting DDG of Tertiary Specialized and Healthcare Support Services.
Deputy Director General, District Health Services.
Good morning, my name is Raberani Nichisauru, Director Internal Control.
Morning colleagues, my name is Mike Morkel, Director Infrastructure.
Morning, my name is Chingezeni Mubango, Acting Director, MNE.
Good morning. My name is Kulufelo Siabi, Director Legal Services, Limpopo Department of Health.
Good morning all. My name is Glory Gomba. I'm providing support to the HOD. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. 3.6. Oh, there's still another one. Oh.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mpetri Matlatle, Parliamentary Office.
Thank you very much. On apologies from the members, we have Honorable Subutuma, Honorable Mapolo. They've apologized. We also have the apology from Medindisa from the Provincial Treasury. She was here and she'll come back. She's still taking care of other things. They are having a workshop now. Yeah, they are having a workshop, but she will come back. We also have apologies from our coordinators, Mr. Mkari and Ms. Tikeledi Special. So these are the only apologies that we have. Can I check with you, MEC, if all who are supposed to be here are here, or do you have apologies?
Thanks, Chair. We have one apology from the CFO, Mr. Mdau, who's on sick leave.
Okay. But that is why you are having
18.
It's fine. And there's another 18 somewhere. Is that position vacant, or is also on behalf of somebody?
No, the position is vacant.
When are you going to fill it?
As soon as we get that budget, we'll fill it.
Okay. Because we need, where possible, 100% appointments in terms of accountability. Because sometimes when you are active, even though the law says if you are acting, you have the same responsibility of the post, but sometimes you feel that I must just be cautious. So thank you very much. At least we have almost 100% appointed management. We really appreciate that. So without any waste of time, we are going to move to item number 4, whereby members are going to ask questions and you respond based on your submissions. But I think it is worth noting that we are aware that there are amendments that you did after the files were distributed. Unfortunately, they were not distributed to members. We still have the original file. So as and when you take us through, please fill us up on those amendments that we made. We will give you that opportunity to say this has been included. Even sometimes when members are raising questions to say why is this not included, just bear with them because they were not privileged by the new developments. So we take responsibility for that. That is why we are upfront indicating it. Yeah, we are on item number 4. We are going to request honorable members to take us through question 1. Honorable Nempumpoloni.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumpoloni Tambeleni Colbert. So this is question 1 in page 4. House resolution status. As cheating authority, the committee has noted the Department of Health has not yet implemented all the House resolutions from 2014, 2015 to 2023-24 financial years. Provide the committee with the status of the implementation of the House resolutions. Number B in page 10, it's only 2 questions. Number B in page 10, why did the department fail to implement all the House resolutions for all these years?
I think those are the only two questions.
Yeah.
They are the only 2 questions. MEC?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. May I hand over to HOD?
Good morning. My name is Ntodeni Ndwamato. Question A. We had over these years 101 resolution. The department has resolved 96. 5 are outstanding. So that's where we are at the moment. And the 5 that are outstanding, the first one is relating to regression in audit outcomes and key audit findings. So prior to the financial year that we're talking about, we had a number of findings that has prevented us from obtaining a clean audit. And these findings were relating to, they led to misstatements in performance information, non-compliance paragraphs on areas of asset management, revenue management, and performance management. So all these findings have been resolved. Then the last finding was in 2023-2024, was identified in that year, and then it was only confirmed in 24-25, and it was relating to irregular expenditure. And then the issues of non-compliance that were found, the ones that relate to revenue management, is that no appropriate processes were followed in terms of identification, collection, and recording. And then with regard to asset management, the assets were not verified and disclosed as under investigation. And also there were processes in terms of disposal of computer equipment. And then when it comes to performance information, there were differences in terms of the health information on the health information system as well as the register, and then or even between patient records. And all those non-compliance paragraphs, they were cleared in 23-24 financial year. Then when it comes to lifestyle audit, this will be the second one. The lifestyle audit, this one at a provincial level, after as a department we have performed lifestyle audit through vetting, it was found not to be adequate. So at a provincial level with Office of the Premier, there was a resolution to say it needs to be done at a central point wherein the Office of the Premier and Treasury will take the lead. And this process has not been completed. The next one relates to tabling of House resolutions. And then in this particular one, department submitted a letter of tabling of House resolution to the legislature. As well, in the last Scopa appearance committee, we have presented the progress on the implementation of resolution, and then we represented the report to the provincial treasury as well as all the progress of the findings, the progress that was reported, and it was reported in the provincial governance monitoring and compliance report from the AG. However, this resolution cannot be finalized as there are still outstanding engagements wherein the department need guidance on the process of tabling the reports. So upon conclusion of the engagements that are ongoing, then the resolution will be closed. With regard to stagnant audit outcomes, in the 24-24 financial year, the department did not obtain a clean audit due to the material misstatement in performance information. This is what I've already resolved, is similar to the one of 17-18. Is the same finding. And then the last 3 resolutions are relating to significant uncertainties. This is now our medical legal. Then what is the department doing in order to address these cases? The department has put in several strategies. The first one was is a panel of legal practitioners, and this is intended to assist in the challenges that we are having with regard to the cases through the state attorney, as in many instances we have found that the cases are being postponed or protracted, and as a result the department is not winning. We have sought through the Office of the Solicitor General to solve these problems, and because we have not succeeded, we are now looking through the panel of legal practitioners to assist the department so that this matter can be resolved. In addition, as a department, we have also beefed our medical legal unit, wherein we have appointed people with skills in order to assist the department. We are also looking at the fact that these matters, one of the reasons why they are there, they are old, and we have dormant matters. So this is the method that we are going to use to try and reduce the contingency liability, wherein the dormant matter have been identified, and we have already met with the state attorney, and we are waiting for final confirmation such that the ones that are dormant and can be removed. And the 26 have already been valued at 670.9 million. And we are awaiting for the next group, which is valued at 243 million. Why did the department fail to implement all these house resolutions over the years? As part of when I was responding in A, I was also responding together with some of the issues because they are similar. Regression in audit outcomes and key findings, we have already removed all those. Once we obtain a clean audit, it will mean that we are able to resolve. Until we obtain a clean audit, we are not able to resolve. And in order to obtain that clean audit, we had to clear the last finding, which was relating to irregular expenditure, which we have already done all the processes, and we are only awaiting condonation. We have already submitted at the provincial treasury. For the 24-25 financial year, the department did not incur any irregular expenditure, which is the only finding that is standing between the department and clean audit. So for the 24-25, we did not incur any irregular expenditure, and in the current financial year, we have still not incurred any irregular expenditure. So once we get condonation, then it means we will be able to obtain a clean audit. And then the lifestyle audit, it will be closed once the provincial OTP and treasury system that is going to do all the lifestyle audit for all the departments in a central place, as agreed in the HOD forum, that they will do that. Once they perform, then the resolution will be closed. And then in terms of the significant uncertainties, this one is the one that is challenging because it's not only dependent on the department, we are dependent on the court processes. So the department has over 1,700 cases in the register, and in the 24-25 financial year, 7 cases were finalized at the courts, meaning the process is taking very, very long, and this is the reason why this resolution will need some time to be resolved. And that is one of the reasons why the department now adopted the issue of looking at each case, those that are dormant, to try and remove them from the register, and also the processes of seeking a legal panel of legal practitioners to assist us to move those that are within our means. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. That was the response. responses from the Department of Department of Health with regards to question 1, progress on the House resolutions. So I'm going to give members chance to ask questions based on your responses, and you will after they've raised those questions and response to them again. Honorable Nampumuluni, Honorable Mabuja, and Honorable Machete, Honorable Smart.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nampumuluni Tambeleni Colbert. I have two questions. Number one is just on the lifestyle audit. That it seems as there is no progress report that the office of the Premier want to centralize that functions. But I think it's now long overdue that the lifestyle audit has to be conducted in order to clear some of the issues here. But now, although you mentioned that in the forum you discuss it, I just want to know the progress report for now, because we can spend many years talking about that, but nothing is happening. And the other one is on the delay in finalizing the cases. I don't know whether the department is planning to have the internal systems in order to reduce those cases, or those are the cases for subs and works for the other department, outside department, or what? Because as you mentioned, the 7 cases which were finalized, and looking at the number of the cases, it will take more than a century now to finalize these cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Taboma Wocha, a member of Scopa. Chair, seems like it's going to be a very long day with the department. Because one, MEC, on your page 4, there's a table with various columns. On this table, I would like to draw your attention to the financial year of 2016-17. You've had a total of 14 resolutions. You resolved 10. And then the ones that are not resolved are 0. And then I'd like to take you to 1920. You have 10 resolutions, you resolve 10, and then you are left with 0. 2020-21, you had 10 resolutions, you resolved 2, and not resolved 0. I don't know whether I don't know whether the problem is my maths, or is the problem of the maths of the person who was compiling this document, or what. But the little maths that I have tells me there's something wrong. And Chair, I'm going to pin other challenges that I have and make my observation and recommendation to the Chair. Chair, on the financial year, page 5, 2017-18, there's this response that we're getting from the department. I'm going to take you to 22-23, the third paragraph under stagnant audit outcomes. The same response, word for word. Then I would take you to, again, 17-18 under page 10. Same response. I think I've seen it for more than, yeah. So, I don't know, let me see, is it my lack of understanding, or this is just a simple laziness whereby someone just did copy and paste, or those ones, as long as you put information, you have complied, then just copy something and just put it there, make sure that you repeat it more often. So I don't know whether it's me or this is just an issue, or you just want to comply with us, even though it's malicious. And then, now, on this particular response that you have responded more than 4 times, you are alleging that you failed to obtain a clean audit in the financial year 24-25. Ne? So, due to one compliance paragraph. Now, the question that I want to pose to you is that if you had you resolved this compliance paragraph, does it automatically mean that a clean audit was going to be guaranteed to the department, or we're still going to pick up other issues? And then what needs to happen for you to ensure that you deal with this particular observation or finding, and then so that in the next financial year we are not speaking of this thing again, we are not confronted with this particular finding once again. Now, there is a problem with, I think it's a problem that we encounter with the department year in, year out, that we have been here. That your information system is a problem. And as a result, it costs the department money, a lot of money that could be prevented, as well as this thing here, patient records. So, I don't know, Chair, or the department, does it have a plan in place to ensure that this information system, it's not just it must be a comprehensive something. I'll give an example. One, the people of Limpopo want to have a system whereby when they are sick in Malamulele, I try Tegra, this person must have access to their file. So if this thing, MEC, you are not going to prioritize it, then they must call those ones in Malamulele to check. Sometimes that file is not there. It's a problem, and it's so backward. We are approaching, I think we're in the 6th industrial revolution. So something needs to give. Now, under lifestyle audits, we are being told that the department, is on page 6, has submitted vetting outcomes. So now, when you hear the presentation from the HOD, you'll be told that thing here, HOD forum, whereby they are centralized and stuff. But this one is saying there's an outcome. So now I thought we are going to be directed to a particular annexure in this file, or no, look, we have done, these outcomes are in annexure 7, go and look in that annexure, the outcomes are there. But when you look at this particular annexures that you are referred to, it's of something, there are no outcomes, just policy and what. So, now, Chair, we had a session with the SIU. The first people that we called were SIU, State Attorney, AG, and who else? SIU, State Attorney, AG, and the Hawks. Ne? Because one thing that we have identified as this committee was that when we engage with departments, there will be certain things. For example, the reasoning you will get from the Department of Health is that, no, this particular issue, we've referred it to the state attorney, and then the state attorney has failed us. But the normal state attorney. State attorney doesn't account to us on issues of Department of Health. There is an MEC there with a people that must come and account. So one of the admissions that the state attorney said to us was that there are indeed having challenges in terms of their manpower. So, Bona, there's nothing they don't think that it's a problem that they are going to solve anytime soon. But we know that the department has got, but again, when the minister was speaking there, MEC told us about billions and billions of rents that is claimed from the department. So now, one thing that we want to make clear to you is that your state attorney failed you and what, that's your business with them. Here we want to see how you guys are spending the public money. Now, the other thing, we met with the SIU. The SIU told us that there is, actually they told us a lot of things. There is an amount of 736 million. 736 million, that must be removed from your contingency liability. And that has not been done. Furthermore, there are many things. There's a 2 million whereby actually there's a clawback that the department must go and claim from this particular attorney. Of 11, the department paid 14.5 million, and then the plaintiff unfortunately passed away. So now the department has to claim 11.4 million from this particular attorney. But there's a 2019 matter. So up until today, had we not engaged with the state attorney, we would not have been told already what is happening with this particular matter. Now, Chair, the department is saying that they want to explore certain options in terms of trying to remedy some of these issues and the limitations that they have with the state attorney. One thing that we want to check with you is that we want maximum compliance with all the laws of this country. Don't take shortcuts. We know you are frustrated. Don't take shortcuts or do something that are illegal, then rebel and irregular with the AG. And then the other thing we want, I think I'm concluding here. I just want to check MEC. You want to go on this thing, or you want to bring your own people, but my concern is on that directorate, your legal services, because now people see that they rough close tabs. Now the money is here at the department. So I just want to check. I understand you have appointed a director, but the director has to manage everyone under. But you can't just have a director and then the people under the director are not sufficient. So I just want to check, Ori, are you looking into that or what? Thank you. I think I will stop here unless I'm provoked with the responses. Thank you very much.
Honorable Macheta.
No, thanks very much. My name is Percy Macheta, member of this committee. Just to check on page 6. There is reference to what he has said, but I will just bring it on another dimension with regard to the vetting outcomes. Just to what could have been the hindrances that led to this situation. and also what could have been the challenge that you might have noticed that led to the vetting outcomes not sufficient to address the resolution. The second question would be on the page 6 again, with regard to material misstatement as another form of that led to the department not getting the clean audit. Can you briefly outline to us how many of the findings that could have led, because you will have one compliance paragraph, you will have material misstatements, and so just to give a sense as to what is it that could have led to this, and what are the plans in place to address this situation. On page 8, it's in relation to legal practitioners. There's reference that you would want to appoint, part of it being to curtail the unnecessary costs and so on. Can you please provide progress on the appointment of the legal practitioners? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm not going to repeat what other members said. In short, when was the last time that the department received a report back from the State Attorney with reference to your legal cases? Second, on the 14th of the 1st of this year, 2026, 14 January 2026, the Office of the State Attorney supplied this committee with a record of 113 cases that was before the High Court with various case numbers. That is your reference number 11/1/3. And in that regard, and if you study these reports, and it speaks to what the State Attorney said to this committee, that sometimes they get summons and they react just on summons. So that's how you actually prioritize the cases when they actually are there. But one of the concerning matters is that when I study this report, in some of these cases, and Honourable MEC, a very large percentage of it, I didn't work out, but a very, very large percentage of these cases, instruction from the client, which is yourself, has not been yet given formally so. I'm trying to understand where's the miscommunication. You understand? Maybe I'm just trying to understand where's the miscommunication. In saying that, how much say do you got with the appointment of with senior counsel? And how much say is there? Because the billing of senior counsel or advocates are as low as 1,200 per day and as high as 22,000 Rand per day. So they are in that space, they hover in that space. So I'm just trying to understand, because at the end of the day, it's you who fits the bill. That's what I'm just trying to say. I did note in your last end of your answering of the legal claims, or the claims, you know, that how you deal with it, that you are waiting for certain confirmation. And the request, and the reason why I asked that question is, when I studied the 4 reports that was given to this committee by the State Attorney, if I would look at that information, you would be able to clear some of some of what you report to. And if you had the report in time, or if it was communicated in good faith, let me put it in that way, the report that is before this committee would have found expression in your annexures in one way or another. So at the end of the day, it would seem that there's a disjuncture of communication, and this is where I am today with this question. Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable MEC.
Yeah, thank you very much. The first thing that it's not a question, it's a comment about the way you arrange your file. It's very difficult to access some of your attachments because I can even see the amended one is still the same. If you have to get an extra, for example, 1.2, there is 1.2A, 1.2B, so you just have to literally go from page to page because you don't know where 1.2A ends and where 1.2B starts. That's a very serious challenge. That is something that I wanted to comment about. To say improve your packaging, let it be user-friendly, label this or divide this annexures accordingly so that it's easy for me to get to the annexure quickly. You can see how big the file is. So if I have to page all this one by one, so it becomes very inconveniencing, though we did, but under very difficult circumstances. It was not easy for us to work with the file. My first question is, and I need to be clarified, maybe you've amended that. You say you have 96 resolutions that were resolved and 5 that were not resolved. But there is the record from the provincial treasury that is indicating, yes, there are 5 that are not resolved, but 86 resolved. You have got 10 that we need to check with you, whether they are resolved because they are matched. They are the same resolutions from different financial years, so they were matched. So question is that, are they resolved or not? What is their status, the 10 that were matched? And then the second issue is the issue of regression in audit outcomes. The issue that was raised by Honourable Mabuja, that you are raising the same issue on 2017, 2018, 2022, 2023. I think it's 4 times that you cut and paste on this issue. So MEC, in the past, our grannies and parents will go to the clinic and come back to say they're just giving us Panadol. They said no, and we know your nurses, you know what Panadol does. That is why maybe every patient can be, or every like a fever or whatever can be treated by Panadol. So is this your Panadol? The revenue management, asset management, performance record is another Panadol on, because it can deal with everything, and that is what worried. It can deal with regression. It can also deal with the issue of tracking, tabling, and so on and so on. So when you go through this document and you see something word by word repeating itself more than 3 times or 4 times, you start to not to take it serious. Even if it's a good point, but you start to reformulate the mark. So that's our concern in the first place. On page 6, the stagnant audit outcomes. because of non-compliance, because of the material misstatement, and so on and so on, and you are indicating the causes there, the coal and the linen bits, you are also indicating that you have since applied for condonation. But my question is, have you followed all the steps that are required by the Treasury to condone an irregular expenditure? And if that is the case, and I know in some questions this is going to repeat itself, but if that is the case, is there any proof that you can provide in your file that indeed you have instituted consequence management and all those other steps that should be done for condonation? On page 8, you said you've advertised for the panel of private legal practitioners. Do you have any budget for that, or you are still waiting to be given budget by the Treasury this financial year? But obviously you can't advertise if you are sure of the budget, because you said it is already advertised. Do you have the budget? Of course, we understand your frustrations in terms of the state attorney, but there is other regulations that can assist you. For example, there is this Act on Constitution of the Legal Proceedings against certain organs of the State Act. I think if we can visit this Act, it can also assist us as a department to manage this litigation related issues. For example, this Act governs, regulates and harmonizes processes for suing state institutions. It is also indicating what is it that the timelines that the creditor must serve the written notice of intent to initiate legal proceeding within 6 months of the occurrence of that particular issue. And we know that most of the litigations, they don't comply with this issue because they are aware that somewhere, somehow, as the department, we don't even consider it, because if we were considering such legislation, and I believe that's not the only legislation, we would say this issue you are claiming on the issue that happened in 2021, for example, according to the legislation, that thing has expired unless you apply for condonation through other processes, that it be brought back. So these legislations can assist you in dealing with, because before you are frustrated by the state attorney, which clearly said we don't have capacity. So, and indeed, we call them just to understand that because all these departments coming here, they are complaining about you. What are you saying? They said, we don't have capacity. We can't deal with those cases. So what it means is that maybe we must go back as the executive on MEC to present this thing and have a resolution which can be taken up even to Parliament to get a way forward, because we can't start with an institution like a state attorney, which is our own, or we must have a way to assist this department to have capacity, the necessary capacity, so that it serves all the departments, because we can't afford to lose so many billions because of the incapacity of the, and it is not of their own making. They are understaffed. Each advocate or attorney is faced with more than 2,000 files under normal circumstances. you can't make it. So we are just requesting that you go and check other legislations that can assist you, so that you deal with those issues. The other thing is on 2022-2023, where you obtained the unqualified state of claim, just because it's still because of the issue of coal and union bids. And MEC, as much as this is the main issue on the regular expenditure, it does not only guarantee that if they are condoned or they are removed from your register or whatever, you can get clean audit. Yes, it means that you have to also to look at other findings that the MEC, the AGS is raising to deal with them. And like you have indicated, and we appreciate that in the last financial year you did not incur any irregular expenditure. That is a sign that you are moving in the right direction. But look at other, your financial statement, your compliance issues, because that is what the AGSA is starting with when they are auditing your books. And the other issue is that you must also visit your other programs. 2024-2025 you audited based on the samples program 2 and 4. But the challenge with the department is that, and other departments, when they are going to prepare the financial statement for the year 2025-26, they are only going to look at the findings for the sampled programs. And then you find that they are no longer going to sample question 2 and 4. They will go to 1 and 3. And you have not attended to them. So the best thing is that you check what the AGSA has raised on the 2 programs, and check the other programs if you don't have similar mistakes or similar challenges. That is how you can be able to move towards the clean audit. So those were my questions. And I think in some cases it was just a matter of emphasis, because ordinarily they've been raised and they've been highlighted, but they were not expanded according to our expectations. So we believe that you will be able to clarify us further. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Chair.
My name is Ntodeni Ndwamato. If I'm allowed some questions, we'll ask the team to respond to. The first one I will talk about is the audit, lifestyle audit. The department did the vetting. And that vetting was presented to the provincial treasury, the reports of that vetting. And then when it was assessed at the provincial treasury, it was found to be inadequate in terms of resolving the finding. And it looked like it was not only in the Department of Health. That's why a decision was taken to look for solutions at a central to assist all departments. So that vetting report is not in the package now, but it was presented in the provincial treasury. It is available in the department. Then the table A, page 84, it was corrected. It is one of the things that were corrected in terms of the numbers. The numbers that were in the original files were not tallying. Then the main issue of repeat same information from different financial years, starting from 17-18, 2020, 2021. I think it could be, we might need to find a way of sorting it out. It is the same finding repeated over several years. That is why it is the same information. It's not a different finding, it's the same finding. So it's a repeat finding. It was the same finding in that year, the same finding in the following years. So the responses are still the same. So I think it also may be relating to Chair when you said our packaging and our filing is not okay. Maybe we could clump that together and find a resolution to package better, because yes, you are correct. So it is exactly the same finding over several years that we have been working on with the same implementation plan to resolve the problem. So we could have maybe said referred to question A because it's the same finding, but how we have packaged, I agree that it doesn't look well as you are talking
Can I interject on that one? I'm aware it's the same finding on regression. But if you regress in 2017, you identify challenges, 2022, 23, the same challenge, the same responses. I believe if you have got a problem today, you try to, or the challenges that led to that particular issue will not be the same as the ones last year and the ones that are going to come tomorrow. So if the same challenge, and you were unable to resolve those challenges, even if they are the same, that is where I'm having a problem. Because I know this year we've got irregular expenditure, not this year. This year we did not have any irregular expenditure. We had irregular expenditure the other year of the coal and the linen. But if every year you have got the same irregular expenditure on the same matter and you also have the same courses, that's where I'm having a concern. I understand what you are saying, but I'm just saying, just be creative and you be seen to be dealing with this problem. And then the next time when it occurs, those challenges that caused it to happen today, are no, the new ones have emerged. Because it can be a problem, it's the same problem causing the depression every year, and then how do we deal with them? That's the concern, where we're coming from. Thank you. You can continue.
The issue of non-compliance paragraph, we have noted the comment to say we must look at other things if we have cleared that one, because we could get others and find ourselves not getting a clean audit. Then performance, the information system and the centralized hospital information system, we are taking that, we'll be taking it forward. In the last year, we managed to clear the finding of performance information, but it is a risk until we get a proper centralized information system while we are working manual, so we'll continue to work on that one. And then Mr. Mawasha will come in on the issues of medical legal.
Thank you, Chair Family and MEC, HOD members. My name is Martin Mawasha, Division Corporate Services.
Yeah, maybe MEC. Let's get the principle right. The principle of delegatus post-state delegata. You have delegated to the HOD. This principle simply says you can't delegate delegated powers. So the HOD was delegated and she's further delegating. So if that is going to happen, you must do it through the MEC.
Thank you, Chair, for guidance.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. We'll then request in terms of answering the questions that the team assist in the question. Mr. Mawasha.
Thank you very much. My name is Mabunda Mawasha. Chair, the one major issue is the reduction of the contingent liability. I want to indicate that we are actually taking steps to reduce the size And this speaks to what the SIU might have said. If you look at our response, we're talking about doing something about dormant matters. If you look at the numbers that we're speaking to, the dormant matters and the amount involved, if we take that process to its end, we will see a significant decrease in those numbers. Our lawyer right now is the state attorney. We have no other. So we are engaging with the state attorney. As soon as they come to the party, the Koyando office is actively engaging with us. The Polokwane office has been quiet, silent. The process is that you must eventually go to court and lodge an application in court to declare these matters dormant, and then they will be removed. And those processes are in motion, which means we are doing something about reducing them. The second point is there are also things we're trying to do on the clinical side to try and minimize or prevent the occurrences of things that lead to these cases. We have stated some of the things there that include training and so on and so on. We have increased internal capacity over and above the director. There are 5 more people reporting to the director. But it must be stated that the legal practice law, the Legal Practice Act, forbid people that are employed by the state or does not allow them to go to court and represent us. So they monitor the files on the side of the department for us to ensure that the state attorney, who is our lawyer, does what they are supposed to do. Even when we go to the panel of attorneys, that becomes the responsibility of the legal officers under the direction of the director to ensure that on all the files that are allocated to them, they manage these lawyers to ensure that they do what's supposed to be done by them, and our portfolio is managed properly. As it is now, the state attorney being our lawyer, they manage a case throughout the process into court, including the sourcing of advocate or senior counsel or senior attorneys to go to court. Up to now, it has been the state attorney that determines, according to the complexity of a matter, which lawyer of what level or even how many gets to be hired. It has been the duty of the state attorney to do that. It is part of what they do as part of their legal strategy on a matter, to hire senior counsel, sometimes senior counsel and junior counsel of whatever level they deem fit in accordance with the complexity of a matter in front of us, so that it has been their duty to do that. So I think then the panel, progress on the panel, it is in the supply chain process. We had advertised it, and I think there were challenges that were identified, and it has been pulled back, and it will be re-advertised with whatever challenges that were there having been addressed. So what I'm saying is the part of drawing up the specification and all of that is done. We are in the process of now going into the market. We'll go back again when whatever was the challenge being identified.
Chair, with regards to what the SIU has said, we might just need to get much more closer information. It may be relating to what I'm talking about as dormant cases. I do not know. It was said that there are about 700 and something million worth of cases that could be removed. It could be that I am not too sure what the basis for that statement would have been from the SIU. Budget, is there budget for the panel of attorneys? Indeed, there would not have been an advert without there being a budget. In fact, we rigorously engage in those conversations in the department before we go out. There would never, you can't imagine there would never be anything advertised as a tender or anything in the department without it being backed by a budget. Yeah, those are some of the issues that were raised, comments that we note and we will resolve or improve on, Chair. And those are the ones that I think I got. And, thank you. Thank you, MC.
Thanks, Chair. I will hand it back to HOD.
The issue of, my name is Ntodeni Ndwamato. With the issues of whether we have, when we applied for condonation, did we follow process? Yes, we followed the process, and we have also initiated the consequence management. This is the reason why we were able to apply, because we have received the investigation report, which was done by forensic investigation, which is assisting the department to follow up, to be able to do the consequence management.
Thank you. I'm going to check if there are follow-ups, but it's not necessarily a follow-up. It's just, remember we said the state attorney was here, and one of because we said to them that you said you are having problems. What do you suggest? What do you think can be the solution? Because you can't sit in offices and you earn money for complaining that you are overworked. In particular with your department, they said, and maybe they should engage with you or you must engage them. They said in the Department of Health, there are 2 admitted attorneys. If maybe the department can agree and want to push these cases, they may second, or they can second those 2 attorneys to them so that they push their case. And that was a very progressive to us. It was a very progressive recommendation. Of course, it will have the internal dynamics regulations, and it's you who must check all those things. If it is really possible for you to second your attorneys, maybe for 2 months or whatever period, legally you'll deal with it and the possibility of it happening. But they are saying, with help, because they have got so many cases, if they can just second their attorneys who are admitted, there are 2, to come there and just push their cases, at least it will relieve the backlog that you are having in terms of the cases. I forgot to mention this thing. But I also think that it is the prerogative of the department, in terms of the cases that are with the Hawks, the SIU, to check where are they in terms of the progress. And I also need to indicate upfront that the Hawks and even the SIU, there where you're seated, to say the challenge with health is that we don't get information. Yeah. The files disappear like nobody's business. And we are aware that in the other questions you are trying to deal with that thing by the digitalization of records and whatnot. But the main issue that your cases are not finalized by the Hawks and the SIU. They come to the department, they search for the file. The file is not there, and it is. You find that sometimes it is very clear that this space which is there was a file that we need, and it's not there. So, which means that you have to strengthen your record keeping and security, because they don't say you don't keep records. No, records were kept. It was file number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But between 7 and 9, there was 8, and 8 is not there. So this is the challenge that you need to just sit down and come up with. Otherwise, you will always lose cases. Because when somebody is suing you, you think you have evidence. You go to your archives, you want to retrieve that particular to defend yourselves, then you don't have anything. Obviously, you are going to lose that particular case and pay so many millions. So it's an issue of security which needs to be tightened in your department. Honorable MEC, the issue of tabling, because there's somewhere where you are talking that you have tabled, you need to table, so we don't get it very clear whether you have tabled in the house. But there is also another challenge that in your executive meetings, maybe come up with a solution to say it is very difficult because of the tight schedule of the house. You know that sometimes they will schedule you to come and present, and then because of the other activities or other mandatory timelines, they say no. For example, we're going to, after the Scopa, we'll have the budget, we'll have all these things. So sometimes it's not easy to schedule executive members to come and present. But we're also having a proposal that maybe we will talk to the leader of business to say, because it's not possible to bring all the executive members, 12 as they are, to the house. How about we consolidate? But this is something that we're still going to check its possibility. And I think you can also raise it in the executive meetings to say, because we can't table this progress in the house because of the tight schedule. Why don't we just consolidate all of our presentation, and then once, maybe in 1 week or so, or whatever time that they can arrange, the leader of business can present for all of you. That's the proposal that we are forwarding, or we are indicating. Maybe it can assist us. Unless if there is any other follow-up question. Mine were just comments. I don't think they need to respond unless if they feel you can say something about them.
Follow-up.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Faith Bobela of this committee. Chair, just as you have mentioned it on the legal practitioners, mine is on the panel of these legal practitioners that what assurance do we have that they won't lead to more inflated costs? And I heard the OJD saying that they did vetting on the lifestyle audits. I take it that they thoroughly examined and critically went through the lifestyle audits. What assurance do we have, or did they get any red flags when they were doing the vetting process, or indicators that could perhaps they have identified in the department? Any red flags on that one?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a follow-up. Thank you very much. My name is Thabo Mabota, a member of this committee. Chair, I'm not sure whether the SIU has shared the report with you, but they have done that with us. So some of the figures that we are reading here is not figures that we are sucking. It's figures that we have in black and white in front of us. So I asked a question about well, we understand you're going to get a team of attorneys to come and help you. But remember, they can't operate on their own. They need someone to do that monitoring. And given the number of matters that you currently have, or that will still come, but with the ones that you have, with the ones that you currently have, even if you are to appoint that team, does your directorate have the capacity and the relevant know-hows of ensuring that these people that you are going to get to do these services on your behalf, they execute your mandate to the latter? Or we are going to come back here again, or no? With that problem that we experienced with the state attorney, we have the similar problem. So now, I don't know whether we would be prepared to take such an excuse. I'm not being a sidekick or a sandbomber, but I'm just saying, or forward looking. We don't want, you need to capacitate the directorate. It have all the necessary human capital, so that when you go for this particular process, you know that internally you are strong. So that even if they do some javelin throwing, you know that already your people are strong enough. But the other thing, the SIU directed us to issue a record keeping within the department, which was one of the big matters to them. Or the record keeping is a problem because it costs you close to 14 million, 13.2 million. So even if we are to get this team, but if your records are not in order, so now mine is that before going there, have you made sure that your house is in order? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Emerson?
No, thanks, Chair. I wanted to say before, but I think when the team responds will also, I wanted us also to touch on the issue of the 10 mailed resolutions, to clarify on that one, because it was also a question that was raised in the House. So I'll request HOD to start with that one and then moving to the other question.
My name is Ntodeni Ndwamato. With regard to the merged resolutions, they were merged because of the nature, the same finding. So I would say it's one of them still remained, representing all of them. When we worked with Provincial Treasury, we merged the same.
So it's amongst the 5?
Yes, they're still there. It's related to stagnant, but they're still there. We are still working on them. And then with regard to our panel of legal practitioners, whether we have capacity to deal with them internally, we have capacitated our legal unit. In addition to the 2 admitted attorneys, we also have other legal practitioners in the unit. I think there are 5 more. So in total, we have 7. So we have capacitated the unit. And the SIU report, they have not shared with us. I think as a department, we will write back to them because we know they are still in our space in terms of medical legal investigations. They haven't shown us those cases to the tune of 700 million. The only communication that we received from SIU was towards the end of December, which was referring to the case you mentioned earlier of someone who passed on. So I think what it is also telling us, because normally once we have paid as a department, we don't track what happened, because those are cases. But in the future, this will not be there anymore, because as a department, we are now adopting public health defense, wherein instead of paying that huge amount of money, we are rather going to offer the service, because we have found, and I think it's possibly what the SIU found, which was reported before, especially in other provinces, that the departments pay that amount of money, but the same person still come to the public hospital, whereas we paid for future medical costs in a private institution. So as a result, so we are adopting, other provinces has adopted, we are also adopting the same, and we are preparing now all our districts. We already have 2 districts that are able to offer that service, and we are already pleading that in court. So that is how we are going to be going on forward. With regard to lifestyle audits that were performed, there hasn't been any red flags that were picked up. I think that was the...
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think on the issue raised by Honorable Mabucha on the SIU and the Hawks, you should be able to make follow-ups with those cases. With the SIU, we have 2 cases that were proclaimed, and in your report you still have another case that you're waiting proclamation. But at least you must have a way of interacting with these people to say, how far are you? Because they have this progress. They gave us progress that they are finalizing, they are still ongoing, but up to so far they have 5 criminal investigations that are on. They will refer to disciplinary cases to the department to take forward, and so on and so on. So if you know that there is at least progress, let me just maybe just privilege you with this information, that there are criminal referrals, there are 5. They are pending disciplinary administrative referral, which are pending, why they come to you to say, on this one take action, discipline, and have the consequence management. And the Hawks as well have 8 from your department. Of course, some of the cases will be in the district. And we said we know that this might not be the only cases, because some are still maybe in the process, they've not even reached them, and so on and so on and so on. So that you are assisted in terms of following up these cases. And the sooner they are dealt with, the better, because you are able to clear some of these things out of your records. And if there are amounts that need to be condoned, they will be condoned, because you have dealt with a case study, consequence management, and so on and so on. So, but up to so far, I think members are satisfied that question 1 on house resolutions were sufficiently covered, but continue to implement those remaining resolutions until you have 0. We know some of them will be because of this investigation of the SIU, the Hawks, the police, and whoever. But make follow-ups. Make follow-ups, cooperate with them in terms of the investigation, because one issue is that they don't get cooperation from some of the officials who were there, who needs to give evidence. Besides the issue of record keeping, sometimes they don't get cooperation. They don't get those officials who are supposed to give evidence. And if you are able to follow up those cases, you'll get these complaints, and then you'll be able to address, and your issues will be dealt with within a reasonable time. Thank you very much. Let's go to question number 2. And I think it's for the first time that we deal with question 1, the history within 2 hours, not even 2 hours. It's 1 hour 30 minutes. Usually we take 3 hours on the resolution. So you have made history. So it means you indeed there is progress in terms of implementing these resolutions. Question 2. Who is taking it? Honorable Matlodi Manchata Mahasela.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to deal with question number 2, which speaks about stagnant audit outcomes. The committee has noted that the department's audit outcome has been stagnant in an unqualified audit outcome with matters of emphasis from 2023-2024 to 2024-2025. My question is, number A, why is the department stagnant in audit outcome? B, what specific factors or deficiencies in the department's financial management and internal controls led to the unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis for 2 consecutive years, resulting in a stagnant audit outcome? C, what is the department's detailed plan with timelines to address the matters of emphasis in order to obtain a clean audit in the upcoming financial period? That's my submission, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, MEC.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Hand over to the HOD.
My name is Ntoteni Ndwamato. During the 2023-2024, the department obtained an unqualified audit. However, there were findings that prevented the department from obtaining a clean audit. Those findings were issues of revenue management, asset management, as well as performance information. And then in the 24-25, however, the finding that was there was that of an irregular expenditure that was identified first in 2023-2024, but it was finalized in the year 2025. So those were the issues that led to the department to not to obtain a clean audit and hence the stagnant audit outcome. So the specific deficiencies that the department had in the 24-25, the main one is the non-compliance with the issues with the regulation paragraph on asset management, revenue management. So that was prior to 24-25. So it was mainly the irregular expenditure, and this is the one that I discussed earlier to say, once we clear that irregular expenditure, we will be fine. But we have taken cognizance of the chair advising that we should not only look at the facilities where the auditing has happened, but look across the entire population to ensure that we do not only correct in that area. So we have taken that note. So that is the main issue that has led the department not to have the clean audit. And this area was of irregular expenditure. When it was analyzed, we found that we needed additional, and this is now going to see, we needed to have a team that will look at the entire process from the beginning to the end, because most of our irregular expenditures were related to our bids. So with that, then the department introduced that Prodity audit that looks at all the bids from the beginning, starting with the specifications. So they evaluate all the processes of the bids in all areas to ensure that if there's non-compliance that is picked up even before the completion of the bid is done, then we are able to go back and correct before we award the bid. And we have noted that it is assisting us, as we reported that for 24-25, we don't have any irregular, and for this current financial year, that team is assisting the department to ensure that we pick up any areas of non-compliance before we proceed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mawocha.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mawocha, a member of Scopa. Chair, maybe let me start with the last issue that the accounting officer spoke to about this probate. Well, we hear this good news that the department is saying about that particular external people. But one, the AG has been saying they are opposed to departments sourcing consultants, using consultants to do work that can be done by staff members of the department. So I just want to check, when you appointed this probity auditors of yours, what was the response from the AG? Because we know that AG is discouraging other, more especially in municipalities, and I think in departments you don't get audited by external auditors. You are audited by AG. So now, I just want to check, Uri, what was the response or the reaction of the AG when you got this probity, and then at what cost do this probity auditors come in? Because, you know, we need to guard. We are the watchdogs of the public purse. So we're interested in knowing what this particular service that they are offering. We know it doesn't come free and it doesn't come cheap, because here you need professionals to come and do this work that you want. So we want to know at what cost does this thing come in. If you can just give us rough figures, or no, they've done 1, 2, and 3, and we've paid them 5 million, so that later now we are able to understand the magnitude of the expense that comes with this particular people. And then number 2 is that those probity auditors, because they are dealing with some of the sensitive information within the department, have they been vetted? Ne? And then I see here you are saying that you have done a request for condonation in October 2025. Have you done a follow-up? What has the treasurer said? And so on. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sma.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just with reference to auditing and the scope of auditing, one of the issues that the Auditor General did audit you on was what we call the ideal status of a district hospital or a normal hospital or a clinic, the ideal status. Are you in the process to outsource the possibility of someone auditing that various KPIs on those status? Are you in the process of determining that status? If that makes sense, MEC or HOD, I hope it makes sense. I can clarify if it needs to, but I think I want to keep it short. I think my colleague touched on what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Mantata Mahasela.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. Honorable Chair, I'm just a little bit worried about how the department respond. They don't respond, fully. They don't give us fully answers, because you find that, maybe let me give you an example. At question number 2, why is the department stagnant in audit outcomes? So at Roman figure 2, on their response, they said, talked about asset management, asset not verified and disclosed as under investigation, disposal of computer equipment without consulting with educational institutions to identify whether the institutions would be interested. So they have disposed computers to those educational institutions, or maybe they didn't do that because they just bought things without, consulting those institutions. So I just want to know, because you are not open to your statement, how many computers did you buy or did you purchase? How much did you spend on that? And where, as we are speaking right now, where are the computers? Because you just, purchase things and maybe don't know where to take them. So we want to know where they are. So next time when you respond, please give us a full report so that we may know. We mustn't just, crime or maybe the computers still run I don't know. So you need to be open to us. We also want to know what is really happening. As Honorable Mabuta has already indicated that we are dealing with the monies. We are dealing with the funds of the community. So that is why the pairs need to be protected and by us. And we are not doing that to, to make you maybe afraid of us and the like. We just want to assist so that your report may be clean, and then at the end of the day, you obtain a clean audit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And on that one, ma'am, honorable member, the issue, remember, is that panel that we spoke of. We know that this issue might have happened in 2017, but as and when every year it is there in the findings, and there's nothing that has been done on it for those years. So they have a finding on the distribution of computer, for example. I just assume. Or it may say, you are saying every financial year you had to dispose computers, and then they were not done accordingly. Or is this very same computers that were supposed to be disposed in 2017, and for the financial year since 2017-2018, there is the same finding. So if that is the case, like I'm saying, MEC, it means there is a challenge. Because at one stage, you would have said, at least this financial year, we did 1, 2, 3. It did not work, and then the next financial year, and then agree, even if they give you Panado, and if you don't get better, they will say, no, we give Panado together with a multivitamin. At least they add something on top of that, a solution for all. But here, it is just computer, not what. And this thing was even here last year. It was here, and if you are not doing anything about it, even this year you are going to regress because of it. And it was not mentioned by the auditor. Or do you have this finding? Audit AGSA? we don't have. But I'm telling you, I'm going to call you if you don't come next year. This we are going to find in their responses. Even when it was raised. So the reason why it is raised every time, even if the auditor have not raised it and you have not indicated that you have done anything with it, then it becomes a problem. But that is not what I wanted to raise. I just wanted to add on what the honourable member has said with this one. Or is having a challenge, and we are not even expecting the answer that will assist this meeting. But you must answer it. Now, on the probity auditors, you said you introduced, and I want to understand the word introduce. Did you appoint people within the department? Because if Honorable Mabuja, my understanding, if they were outsourcing, they wouldn't say we introduce. My understanding is that they will clarify me, and I want you to clarify before I even come with the question, so that my question becomes relevant. Is it from the within, or are you outsourcing? You just use the wrong term there. Outsourced. You outsource. So the issue of introduction came by just English. Okay. It means Honorable Mabuja is very right. And we'll always ask about the budget when you tell us about any other person. That's our responsibility. That's the first thing that we say. Did you budget for this activity? And if you have not budgeted, then it becomes a problem. Mara, my question is, don't you have the audit committee? Don't you have your internal audit team, internal audit control? And the other question is that if you outsource this very critical issue, how do you prepare your financial statements if you can't review the bids? Because this thing is a muscle. If you don't have capacity to review the bids, how do you prepare your financial statement? And the other question that I want to check with you is that how often do you review your financial accounting records, and at what level? The other question is that, does the department produce interim financial reports? And when are you reviewing those financial statements? And then when the issues are raised from the review process, how are you addressing them? How are you dealing with them? And the last one, maybe it should be, when do you start with the preparation of the financial statements? When in end of May, you are required to submit. But when you start with the preparations, and at what stage, or when do you submit to the HOD and to the CFO for review? These are very critical stages because they speak to this task that you are outsourcing. If you don't have the review, if you don't review your records, then it's a problem. If you don't prepare your financial statements on time, it is also a problem. So reviewing, we locate it in the unit, your internal control. So it means you're having a challenge in the that unit. We also expect that you have got what do you call that, audit committee. What is their function if you bring somebody? So they have double parking. When we have so many clinics that are not ideal, so many hospitals that are not ideal. So this is a question that you need to answer and be honest with it, and also tell us if you have challenges in terms of capacity within the units that are supposed to review the audits. I saw the hand of Honorable
No,
Machet.
thanks. My name is Machet, member of this committee. Just to move together, what is your take of your probity audits beyond its work of reviewing, doing some comprehensive reviews? But what is your take? How could you describe what a probity audit is, so that you are able to locate the content into that specific description? But also to say what could have led to these circumstances, if I may use this word, to say the appointment of a probate audit. What could have led to these circumstances? And I think in the response, it will also speak to the issues that have been raised by the chair. But just to have a sense of yourselves, how can you describe this probity audit in the context of its general work or its functioning? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, and I think the last one, Honorable MEC, is how much do you pay them? Because according to your statement, these are already on site. They are working. They've already started. MEC?
I just wanted to say concern in terms of our questions, especially the ones that were raised by Honorable Mahasela and yourself, to say moving forward will ensure that we expand and actually explain, even though it's the same thing coming again, we shouldn't do the copy and paste thing. It has been noted, and indeed we'll keep on saying, even if it's still the same, this is what we have done or this is what we are doing as the department. But in terms of the questions, I'll then hand over to HOD.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Todeni Ndwamato. I would start by saying I would want assistance with regard to the issue of the definition clearly from my team. However, the probate auditors that we have in our space, they only audit the bids. We've got huge number of bids. Sometimes we get more than 2,000 bids. And how eventually we started this, previously we have been found wanting with mistakes that the team, the internal audit team, even though they review, they may miss because of the large number of the bids that we get as a department. Those are the circumstances when we realize that AG comes and they find these mistakes that were done, that led to our bids with irregular expenditure to a critical point. So we felt, because of the amount of bids that we are receiving at as a department, in order to do justice, we need the probate auditors to come in. Their function is only to do the review, our bids, specifications, evaluation, that process only. They don't do anything, they are not involved in any other aspect. We are doing our own financial statement. If I'm allowed, MEC.
Thank you very much, HOD and the MEC. Let me start with the probity one. As the HOD already indicated, that it's independent review process where they come and review the processes for supply chain and they end it there. So which means they start with the specification, come to the evaluation until we finalize on the award. Yes, previously we've been having problems the AG will raise that process will not follow, this and this is missing, you know, it might be test compliance, might be all those issues which needs to be there. But the probity auditors, they come and just to verify that and make sure that everything is in order. Then we can award knowing that everything is in order. It's another eye. Then you also raise, Chair, the issue of the financial statement. The probity auditors, they are not involved in the financial statement. We run our financial statement together with the provincial treasury. We'll start with our interim financial statement that on the quarterly basis, we are required by treasury to submit our financial statement. From there, treasury will come to us with the review, then we engage, looking at all those disclosure notes, whether we've done the correct things or not. Then treasury will come on the quarterly basis, then we will deal with our financial statement. Then internally, our review, it will be prepared by the preparers. Then from there, it will go up to the level of the CFO, just to review the entire process, asking questions, how do we arrive on this one, what are the supporting documents, so that we can be able to match everything. We have seen it in this current financial year and previous financial year that provincial treasury, they will be beginning to be happy in terms of how we prepare our financial statement, because there were few issues which they normally raise on those quarterly financial statement. Then until we submit the final financial statement, that of course will go also be submitted to the audit committee, and the audit committee, they will also approve those financial statements. Thank you.
Can the HOD continue the other?
Maybe just to also indicate, we pay the same rates that we pay AGSA for the work that they do. So if there is a contract that they have to look at, then we pay the same rates that we pay AGSA. And maybe if I could go to the last question, if I could clarify, also to agree with Honorable MEC that we will try and expand in terms of our responses. So in terms of those computers were disposed. We disposed using the normal disposal process. So they were old computers that were no longer in use. So we were just disposing, whereas there is a requirement that before you dispose the computer, you must approach the institution of higher learning in case they may have a need for those computers. So that is the area where we needed to, and we have since corrected that. So if we are having, specifically with the computers, they need to be disposed. We write to the local institutions of higher learning, and only when they are not using them, we are able to follow the normal disposal process.
Thank you. In fact, I was not asking about the AG. I was asking about these people, that how much do you pay them? I was not answered. And the other issue is that I did not say they do the financial statement. I said, how do you as the department prepare your financial statement if you can't review the bids? And also the capacity of the internal, and I believe that you have got an internal control units. Then what is there? Because I did not hear you mentioning them within this ecosystem of accounting or even monitoring. You have not said anything about the internal audit. You have not said anything about the audit committee. So it means the state have people in the Department of Education that are just seated there, and then education. The Department of Health sitting there as internal audits, the audit committees and the internal audit control units being paid, but somebody's coming or a group of people coming, do their job and they're getting paid, and these ones are also paid. That is, I wanted to get the clarity, the link. And we appreciate that you did not have a irregular expenditure. We are appreciating their assistance, that they assisted you not to get the irregular expenditure, and it means they are doing a good job. But I always say, you can't correct a wrong by a wrong, and they'll never give you a right. Because we're still having strong belief that the introduction of these probity auditors, even though they are going to and they are assisting us, there is no doubt. I don't have any doubt about that. But procedurally, it has some questions that we need to be clarified about. So to me, for now, you are correcting wrong by wrong, and wrong plus one don't make it right. It to still be a wrong. Then how are your staff dealing with preparing the financial statement if they can't review the bids? I repeated the question so that I get proper clarity. And how much are you paying these people? Or is there any other follow-up?
My
Maybe
question was
so
not
that
answered, Chair.
The question was not answered? Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if I must repeat it. You don't have to repeat it.
Any follow-up?
Yes. I asked a very simple question. Thank you, Chair. My name is Tabu Mahoja. I asked the question that there was this meeting, a submission that was made in October 2025. So I just wanted to check, or was there any follow-up after the submission, or you just submitted and then you will wait until the people that you submitted to respond, or you have done any follow-up? Thanks, sir. I'm not sure whether to repeat on what I made an inquiry into, or you have captured it. And Chair, I would really like to plead with the department that can they please respond to our question, because at the pace that things are going, I think we're going to be here until very late. But some of these responses, they don't need you to crack your skull. They just need you to give an honest answer and then we move. Because you don't want to come back here, do follow up, because if I feel like my answer has not been done justice to, we're not going to move. We're going to come back and then you answer, and then I ask again, and then we're going to have a very long day, and we don't want that. So please answer our questions to the best of your ability. Don't just respond and be all over the place, and then we just leave you. Please answer our questions. Thank you very much.
Honorable Man,
thank you very much. I also feel that I'm not fully answered. Yeah, of course, they answered by saying they disposed the computers. I wanted a simple question. How much did they spend to put in the computers? And how many will be?
Chair, just to paraphrase the other question that was asked, that I feel like it was not done effectively. The question was, what is the scope of work of these probity auditors and their terms of reference? I think in a nutshell that was all it was about.
The appeal is that, and I hope we must assist each other as the table there. If maybe the HOD has, the accounting officer has not captured all the questions, please alert her, because I believe that we must all be noting some of these questions. I think some of these comments have recommendations. So if we rely only on the MEC and the HOD to note, when you go to your management meeting and review this session, you will not be able to assist, because you must be saying, oh, the other issue that we address is this one, let's look at it. Please, let's just ensure that we report all the comments and the questions that were raised. MEC.
Thank you. I hand over to HOD.
Thank you. My name is Ntodeni Ndwamato. I'll start with the probity audit. The scope of work. The scope of work that the probity audit was brought in for is to review the bids that the department is advertising. That is their main scope. They only look at the bids. And then with regard to how much are we paying, we use the SAICA rates. And then the values, I'm quickly confirming with the team, but that is what the rates that we are using to pay them.
What is that?
Then our internal control unit. We have an internal control unit in the department. The scope of work, they looking at review all procurement that the department does. We've got many procurements through quotations, so the amount is massive, such that they are not able to look at the work that they are doing in terms of reviewing all that, the unit itself, and then still review all the bids. When we advertise the bids, the number of bids that we receive are massive, and this is the reason why, even though the systems in the past, we've been trying to follow all processes, we've been found wanting. So this, they were brought in so that they can have that look in case we have missed something. This is where we have been found wanting, if all our processes were in order, and that's what they have been assisting us with. The audit committee review our annual fine. They are an oversight body that review our annual financial statement towards the end. Quarterly, when we meet them, they give us feedback, and then at the end, they then look at the annual financial statement, and they give us feedback so that we can ensure that everything is in order. With regard to the ideal clinic, the department has been assessing our ideal clinic. So the last quarter we were at 452 clinics that had met the ideal clinic out of the 476 as per their own assessment. It's our own assessment. So what the National Department of Health does to ensure that there is no subjectivity, because if we are assessing ourselves, we cannot say it's an objective way. So there is an inter-provincial assessment wherein other people other than ourselves will come in and assess the status in terms of what is required to see indeed if we are where we are. So we do have that. And in addition, we also have Office of Health Standard Compliance that also come and assess our facilities and give certificates if we are compliant. Then the Office of Health Standard Compliance, as well as the Ideal Clinic, they are using similar standards. So that is now outside the Department of Health. Then we've got Office of Health Standard Compliance. So they have been assessing our facilities in terms of that. So with regard to the computers are bought each and every year. So when they are disposed, it's several computers that were bought over several years. We don't have a figures for each computer. However, the document, I don't know if the document we can have it. The document, when we dispose, then it will have that cost. But they were bought over several years. Now they are at the end of they are no longer useful. So they have been used already, and they are no longer useful. And at that time of disposal, that's when we had an error. So we buy computers each and every year to replace the old ones that are no longer functional. So they were not bought at the same time, those computers. That's why I'm not having a figure to say this is how much we've purchased the computer with, because they were bought over various years, but they were now at the end of their use by the department, and we were at the process of disposing them. So our error in disposing them was that we disposed them without following the process that was outlined in some of the regulations. So the disposal value of the computers at the time that they were being disposed, it was at 4.6 million. That was their disposal value.
Chair,
Do you want a follow-up?
yes, I think I no longer trust them. They said they bought, computers. Because it was done through the years, and then they don't know how much they purchased. 1, 2, 3, they were 4 million. So I no longer understand your statement. And you said you usually purchase those computers every year for your institution. But here you say for the educational institutions, and then you buy them or you purchase them while you didn't know, you didn't consult with those institutions. Now it's another story. You buy them every year, and now it's another story. We don't know how much because it's a lump. Now it's 4,000. I think the CFO is misleading you.
Yeah,
The
maybe
CFO.
let me assist you as the chair. I want to assist all of you in this house. The computers have a particular lifespan. And if in the department they buy computers for everybody, for example, or identified employees, what they do, they say, this is for, let's say 2024, we've given 100 computers to our staff. And the lifespan of a computer is 2 years, for example. After 2 years, it has reached its end of its life. And as the department, they are saying, we are going to buy this staff new computers. And then what must happen with these other ones? They must dispose those ones, because they can't pack them in the strong room. Let me explain. Let me raise your hands. Then maybe, as they say, they give the computer to 100 in January. The others were given in May, for example. And if the lifespan ends in January for that 100, the other one is going to end in May. Hence, they were not bought at the same time. So now the question that the AG, because I agree the AG has raised this issue those years. What the AG is raising is saying, you disposed these computers without following the correct procedure, because there is a procedure to dispose the state assets. If you are a school, you no longer need desks. You can't just wake up in the morning and sell them or donate them. Even if you donate them, you have to follow the procedure. This issue was debated last year. We even asked, personally I said, most of the department will go and dump these computers in the schools. At our schools, there is a class that is full of unusable, or those computers that you can use. I remember giving this example because they target schools. Okay, if that, even if it's not a computer, if they donate something or dispose something which is usable, obviously the schools will appreciate. We even indicated that sometimes the gadgets like computers, when you dispose that, when we advise the department, when you dispose the computers, you must ensure that the information of the department, I even gave an example of ESCOM, that you know that now that many people are buying illegally electricity, if you did not know. It was because of the disposal. Other people got those computers and started to open their own ESCOM somewhere else away from ESCOM. So we want them to say, we don't want people to go and open Department of Health away from the Department of Health. But the AG's finding is on the procedure. Okay.
Chair, thank you for explaining, because now I see my chair as a HOD, because you are the one who explains for them. You are explaining it better than them. So that is
I
why
understand that. That is why I said, let me assist everybody here, because I can see that there is a confusion that is going to lead to certain challenges.
Sorry, Chair. I think that the department must explain in such a way that we understand. Because I didn't understand, I was confused. Now the department tells me this, and then 1, 2, 3, I give you 4,000. So they should have explained in such a way, the way that you explained to me. Now that you explained, I do understand now. So we urge the department to explain to us things that we'll be able to understand. That's that, Chair.
100%, ma'am. That is why I realized that very same point. So say, as the chair, I think I have a responsibility to sit here to assist the meeting. So I assisted the meeting, and I'm happy that the question has been answered. That is exactly what they were trying to do, trying to explain in so many ways. But that is the simplicity of the issue. They did not follow the procedure for disposing, because you have to follow certain processes, and they did not follow it. Hence the finding from the AG. And on record, I'm not responding on their behalf. I was just assisting them because that was going to cause a prolonged confusion. I'm avoiding my members to be confused again. I'm just protecting you to be confused by the department. So that was my role, because I could see that the confusion is continuing. So I had to intervene. That was an intervention.
It's fine. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for assisting, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the issue has been settled. Can you continue with others? There are so many questions that you did not answer. Are the staff of your staff unable or prepare financials but can't review? That is the main question, because is there capacity challenges?
No. My name is Ntodeni Bamato. The financial statements are prepared by the staff themselves. They present this financial statement on a quarterly basis to Treasury. They are reviewed. There are several meetings, and then at the end of after the 4 quarters, then the annual financial statement is prepared, but it's done by our own staff.
Sorry, MSC, can you take us through the process before submitting to the Treasury? I think that is what I asked, to say from the preparatory stage through the review by all, until once you are submitting to Treasury, we are saying as the department we are satisfied. The HOD would be saying we are satisfied that has been done, and there would have been people who are saying staff A, you've prepared, let me check if you've done it correctly, the review, all those things, until it reaches the final stage and you are satisfied as a department, then that you can do what? You can. So I want you to take us through all those processes so that we understand. Well, maybe let me quantify this. Or we want to understand, Roma, where is the weakness within your system to an extent that you go out and get the probity auditors.
No, thanks, Chair. I will request the acting CFO to take us through the process.
Okay.
Thank you very much, MEC. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The process starts within the directorate. There is the directorate which is responsible for the preparation of the financial statement. That directorate will make sure that they put everything together, including the working papers for the financial statement. Once everything is done, then it will be taken to our internal control within the department. That is also the directorate that will go and review it to make sure that everything is correct. From there, it will be taken to the chief director and the CFO now to look at it holistically after the internal control have checked it. Once those ones they've reviewed and they are happy with it, then it will be signed off to go to the provincial treasurer. This is the process that we take internally. So that process is repeating itself on the quarterly basis because we are required to submit interim financial statement on the quarterly basis. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Can we continue maybe with the next question to say the need for us to appoint the probity committee, because that's what they're asking. What is it that we saw that we needed to have the probity committee?
The probity, if it was a capacity constraints within the awarding of the bids. Maybe let's give example with the big bids like security, grocery, all those big ones, which we need to make sure that we follow everything to the ladder. So previously we used to have problems. We will find that they will be missing for this because the AG, what they will do, they will also go to the losing bidders and make sure that if it's 3,000 or 4,000 bids, they must also go through them to make sure that whether they were not just eliminated, they were being eliminated fairly. So the pre-audit, they will come there and make sure that they check everything from the winning ones until to the losing bids and check everything and say, yes, now we are happy, we are comfortable. There's nobody here who has been eliminated unfairly. Then the department will take it forward for awarding.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, honourable members. I think on this one we must agree that you don't give us satisfactory answer. I think we are struggling to come up with the reason. But one question that I want to ask you, which you may not answer, is that we know, Honourable Mabuta, that there is a policy that allows the department to outsource to a particular limit, and during that particular outsourcing, if they have identified a gap, they can request for the outside, but with the main aim of capacitating the present staff. And I don't hear you saying this audit team, we have ensured that our staff work with them to ensure that they get skills that those people have and they leave as soon as possible and we continue with us. I don't hear you saying that. You may not answer it, you may answer it, I don't have any problem. But maybe you've answered, but not to our satisfaction or the way we thought you'll answer our questions. Let me not just say you did not do it, but you tried your best. You can see we are trying our best, but in terms of guarding the purse of this province so that it goes to the relevant services, we are not satisfied, because we believe that that money would have empowered a certain clinic to capacitate with the nurses and other resources. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I want to align myself with your sentiments, but before I do that, I just want to check with the executing authority as to whether this is the best response that we can get from the team that she has assembled to come and do the presentation before us, before I consider we can move to the next one. If this is the best of the best, then I will withdraw. But if Iluri is someone who can do justice, then I would equally appreciate. Before we make that interference.
MEC, Barry, is this the A team in simpler terms?
Yes,
Yes,
Honorable Chair, this is the A team, and indeed they are trying their best to explain. You know, sometimes explaining might differ in terms of how we explain, like what we had just done now. It's the same thing, but you explained it better. So now, if you can allow me, Chair, I would ask Rabe, maybe she'll be able from internal control to explain it better. And I hope that honorable members will then be able to understand our reason behind this committee.
Thank you, MC. My name is Rabelani Nichisam from Internal Control.
Yeah.
Let's hope I do justice. Okay, I'm going to start with the scope in terms of the intention behind the probity audit. In the previous 2 financial years, we've had challenges when it comes to the irregular expenditure of bids, the bids are audited by AGSA, and the criteria in which we are finding ourselves having a challenge with them is on the interpretation of certain prescripts. So you'd find that the review is happening internally, but we are unable to come to the same understanding or interpretation. So the probity audit was also introduced to bridge the gap in terms of interpretation, to get a view from an external person to say, is this interpretation by our team correct or not? Then we also had issues relating to capacity. So in terms of the internal control framework in the province, internal control at health is on a risk basis. So that means we can only sample looking at big populations. So we are not able to reach all 2,000 in terms of the population. So it meant we needed capacity to help us look at every single bid that would have been submitted. But as internal control, we are not relying entirely on the probity auditors. There's 3 processes when it comes to procurement. There's quotations, there's deviations, and there's also bids. So with the quotations and the deviations, it's still solely the responsibility of internal control, wherein we are reviewing every single transaction to ensure that there's compliance. So with bids, because of the size, we would not be able to get to those 2,000 plus bids, but we then get capacitated through the probity audit team that looks at each and every bid from the start to assess did they meet each and every item required in the specification. Then with regards to the AFS preparation, so the process regarding the bids, it stops at award and not necessarily go to the financial statements. So they only stop at taking all the bids that have been received to assess and ensure that they have met the specification, and also just to give us a different view of the interpretation, because internally we might have a certain stance or understanding of how it should be interpreted, but a person outside can then give us a different view on how to also approach it. I'm not sure if I have done justice. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think Isa sent him. Okay.
Yeah.
Honorable Machete and Honorable Mawuti. Honorable Machete.
Thanks very much. My name is Machete Casey, member of this committee. I just want to submit that I think we should accept what we got for now, given the explanation further, that we have dealt with the matter and if it's possible that we could be able to proceed. That's the submission that I wanted to make, but also, Chair, to also look at the team to allow specific skills aligned to particular question, perhaps it would be able to assist. We might not have taken long if there was that intervention. We might not have taken long. So I'm saying, as and when we go forward in terms of these other questions, where it's possible, let's allow that intervention to be made so that we are able to get that information as a fact. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe let me say that at least it's a step in the right direction. But we are pleading that when this delegated authorities assigned, can it please not take up position as we are going to Malabama? It must go straight from here, then go straight to Malabama. It must not go to the show, then go past Malaysia, then come here. So, please, we are working here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Those were the reps. But now my last appeal on this one, Honorable MSC. Let's prioritize the transfer of skills. Can't have the people in the department doing very good job, but the skills remain with them. Let's ensure that there is a transfer of skills. We don't have to keep them for a very long time. Our people must be capacitated to do what those people are doing. That is the last word on that one. We have done justice now. I think we're able to be assisted on the issue, and we appeal that please continue that there is value for money. Value for money. It's 20 to 2. We are going to break for lunch and we come back at 10 past 2 and continue with question 3. Meeting stand adjourned up until 10 past 2. Thank you very much.
Okay.
We are now on question 3. Members, can you take question 3?
Thanks, Chair. My name is Machete Pesi, member of this committee. On question 3, regular expenditure. Executing authority in paragraph 28, page 188 of the AG's report. The Auditor General's reports that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure. As discussed in note 31 to the annual financial statement, as required by section 8 subsection 1C Roman 2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9921. The majority of the irregular expenditure was caused by non-compliance with the Treasury Regulations 16A3(2) and section 2 subsection 1F of the Preferential Policy Framework Act of 2000. The regular expenditure amounting to 74,845 million was incurred on the provision of linen services and supply delivery of coal, respectively. Question 3A. Why did the accounting officer incur an irregular expenditure of 74,845 million? Question 3B. Why did the accounting officer fail to take appropriate actions to prevent such expenditure? Question 3C. Why did the accounting officer not comply with the Treasury Regulations and Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act? Question 3D. Provide a breakdown of the irregular expenditure of 74,845 million. 3E. Who are the responsible officials? 3F. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? 3G. Which measures has accounting officer did the department put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. MEC?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. I would request that Ms. Rabelane responds to the question.
Of the triple PFA, and this affected the two bids, which is HEDP 017, which relates to linen, and 007, which relates to the coal. Then just to summarize the issues relating to the non-compliance, I'll start with the linen. On linen, the first issue was on the interpretation of the word controlling interest in assessment of the SBD4 form. The BEC evaluated the SBD4 in line with the majority equity ownership and did not consider the wording relating to influence, of which the audit team then advised to say even if a person owns 2%, it is some level of influence that needs to be considered. So that area was an area of interpretation that resulted in us then confirming the irregular expenditure. The second issue was also on the interpretation of the local content and production, wherein the specification requested the bidders to declare their percentage in terms of this production, whether they are 100% or not, and the reliance was based on the annexure that is required in terms of the standard bidding documents. The error in this particular interpretation was not requesting additional information where bidders are relying on other service providers for raw materials, as you would find that the companies relied on would be importing some levels of raw materials regarding the final product. So the expectation there was there needed to be another step outside relying on the declaration and also the verification with DTI. Then the last issue relating to linen was on the documentation on the quorum of the committee. The challenge there was some of the members joined the meeting later and it was not documented that all members had attended, which affected the quorum for assessment. So in summary, those are the issues relating to the linen. And on coal, there was one area that we had confirmed irregular expenditure on, which is on the SBD4 form, where we are indicating that the CSD report that was used was not the correct company that needed to be used for the assessment of the conflict of interest, and then that resulted in the irregular expenditure. I'll move to question B. Question B relates to why we failed to take appropriate actions. So with these irregular expenditures, you are finding that they are being confirmed at the point that is after award. So at the point of award, we would not have a knowledge of certain things that are being raised, especially when it comes to areas of interpretation and in areas wherein you find that specifications that are used are actually rolled over from previous bids that have been awarded with no challenges. So we would not have known that there are issues there, which is why you will see that we have mentioned the introduction of the probity to assist us with identifying certain things prior to the actual award. I'll move to question C, which relates to what did the accounting officer not comply. So in here, we just summarize the root causes relating to the irregular expenditure, where we are saying we identify issues of incorrect and different interpretations with regards to the definition of a controlling interest and specifications with subjective criteria. This would relate to the expectations of the local content and the lack of adequate oversight by the BEC chairpersons in ensuring that they are documenting everyone that attended the meeting and confirming the quorum was met. And we also noted, or rather provided responses regarding the lack of adequate oversight in terms of the CSD reports that are being used in the assessment of the conflict of interest as required in SBD4. And the last one was the lack of knowledge regarding the step further that needed to be taken in confirming the declaration by the bidders. Then the breakdown in the irregular expenditure amounting to 74 million, we've broken it down by bid. HEDP 017, they incurred 45 million and 24,000. And in coal HEDP 07, we had incurred 29,820,000 as at the end of March 2025. Then the responsible officials, we have indicated all the committee members, the BEC members. For HEDP 017, we have indicated Mr. Matthews P.S., who is the BEC member, Mapoto NC, the chairperson, Poko MJ member, Matsaung MR, Mavunda VM, Mushweu KW, and Hoa member, MP, who is also a member. Then for the HDP 07, which is coal, we also listed the BEC members, and we indicated that they are Mapoto NC, Ramlai J, Madiba J, Kwena T, and Masinya M. Then in terms of what action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer in this space, because the accounting officer is not a member of the BEC, action was taken against those that were responsible for the evaluation process, which have been referred to our labor relations. You will see in the annexes we attached the disciplinary action that is currently in progress. The labor team is in the process of evaluating the responses received to then take it a step further. Then with regards to the measures taken to prevent us from incurring further irregular expenditure, we did indicate that we've introduced probity auditors that will be looking into each and every bid to confirm that there was nothing that was missed by the BEC and the chairpersons thereof or the adjudication. So it addresses errors that could be missed or differences in interpretation. That was the last one. Thank you, MEC and Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, are there questions? Honorable Macheta.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Macheta Press, member of this committee. Just to check why there is difficulty in terms of interpretation. Does it suggest that you don't have legal unit that could be able to assist in that regard? And secondly, who constitute the labor relations units in terms of the prerequisites that is required in terms of that component? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable.
Yeah, I think, thank you very much. My name is Thabo Mahoto, a member of Scopa. Chair, I think Honorable Machete covered me with regards to the issue of interpretation. I mean, some of these things, Chair, we can't be struggling with these things at this level of, this high level of the department. Now, I on the issue of discipline, Chair, we are referred to a certain annexure 3.1. So when you go to those annexures, Chair, you will see that this letter was dated the 10th of October 2025, and it was indeed signed by the head of the department, giving this particular identified employees of the department 5 working days to make presentations as to why action should or should not be taken against them. So now, the department is bringing this to our attention that we are acting on this thing and stuff, but we are not seeing anything further than this. I mean, what's going to convince us? Where is that response? Because you had from October up until now to can add whatever documentation that's necessary, so that even when we are here, we can see that no, at least something is done. And then I just also want to check, how long is this process going to take? That you've identified certain personnel, or they were in the wrong. And then, Chair, I just have a last question that I would like to ask the NEC, or more especially the technical department. But Chair, the infrastructure at the department, I'll just give a simple, something that I've observed early this morning. Chair, I went to Mankweng Hospital. At Mankweng Hospital, I've been going there quite often. The potholes at Mankweng Hospital are very bad. Inside the hospital, not outside the premises. Outside is the municipality that must take charge. But inside the hospital, the potholes are bad. I'm not sure about other hospitals around the province. So I really don't understand as to why would the department allow their state of infrastructure to deteriorate. I don't know whether they want it to deteriorate worse than how it is now, or something is going to be done. So I'm not sure about other hospitals, but I know about Mankweng. So I'm not sure if whether the Director of Technical Services is prepared to can at least take us through and at least give us assurance, because I know the people that are watching here, more especially that are getting services from Mankweng, they would be very interested in knowing when are those potholes going to be attended to. At least on the side of the municipality, we see this action outside that they are currently doing. But this question is specifically directed to the Director of Technical Services, so that he can assist us in knowing when will this deteriorated infrastructure be serviced. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabota and Honorable Macheta. My question is on page 19B, Roman figure 1. where you are saying a bidder was disqualified on the SBD4 requirements for not disclosing all the interests as identified in the CSB. But in brackets you said the bidder was disqualified on the CBD4 requirements. In brackets you said fully disclosed interest but disqualified. I don't understand what you mean by in brackets saying fully disclosed but not but disqualified. The other issue is, and there is also an issue that we've been complaining about of non-compliance, because getting a clean audit is about compliance. You will never get a clean audit once you are not compliant. On page 22, you are talking about the referred cases to the Labor Relations Department for disciplinary in line with the outcome of the forensic investigation report, on which annexure is this investigation report. The last one is G on the same page, on the measures that you are putting in place to prevent the recurrence of the irregular expenditure. You indicate that the appointment of the probity auditors, which we're discussing about, the review, the reviews are intended to assist the department in eliminating. This is still the same thing. In fact, it means you have got only one measure. But my question is, don't you have a plan with your own staff? You don't say anything about your own officials within the department that can turn the situation around. That's my biggest worry with that. If you are planning and you want to come up with measures to turn the department around, you don't even talk about your own resources that you have. You only talk about the outsourced is concerning. So those are the only issues that I wanted to raise. Okay, looks like these are the only questions that were indicated, and you can proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Can I hand over to you?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Ntodeni Ndwamato. I would directly answer the one for infrastructure as I was alerted on it. As we speak now, the people are on site specifically with the issue. One of the reasons the hospital indicated why they had a challenge of closing it is because it has continuously been raining. And as a result, they could not close. So as a result, currently as we speak, the people to close those ones are on site. Then the director can then add in terms of other facilities. Let me see if you allow Rabe to answer on the finance.
Thank you, MEC. To answer on the concerns relating to interpretation, the concern was the understanding when it comes to controlling interest. So the tools that are made available for us to ascertain controlling interest is CSD. And CSD in the directors will indicate to you the percentage ownership by each director for you to determine whether they would have significant influence in the decision making or they have sufficient voting rights in terms of making the final decision. Now, you would find that a director has ownership of about 2% and 1%. And in our understanding or the evidence that is available on the tool that is provided to us, it becomes difficult to ascertain the level of influence that a decision can have. So I'll give an example with, if I say to you, you look good in pink, it's not to say that you're going to take that decision, but it's created some level of influence in terms of or the decision you're going to make in terms of what you wear. So with us, the interpretation was majority would refer only to the majority percentage in terms of equity. And unfortunately, at the time, the definition was not as clear enough to then say that is adequate or not. But since then, there has been a revision in the definition which supports the use of the majority equity. So where we are sitting, we're not anticipating to have this difference in interpretation issues because the definition has been clarified from Treasury perspective. Then with regards to the labor unit, it's a directorate that is headed by a director. I will request assistance from corporate services in terms of the composition of labor relations, but it is a directorate that's separate from internal control and other areas, headed by a director. Then with regards to the forensic report, it's Annexure 3.4 in the updated file. It was not there in the initial file, but in the updated file, it is Annexure 3.4. Then to respond to the concerns regarding what is it that the internal staff is doing, because it seems we are relying only on the probity auditors. I would say when it comes to supply chain, it's a learning curve in terms of us learning from the errors that we are making throughout. And you will see that in most of these issues that are being picked up in probity audit, you will not see them recurring because we know to address them before. So the probity audit is managed in the Office of Internal Control, and we facilitating and working with the probity auditors in terms of the review and also in understanding areas that they would raise. So it's not to say that bids are given to probity audit and we step aside. We do not. But as indicated previously, because of the capacity issues, we find ourselves as internal control having to focus more on the procurement through quotations and deviations, and then request the probity auditors to assist us with the review relating to the bids, considering the sizes as well. But we are actively involved in terms of the activities that they do, and also actively involved in the finalization of their reports. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Can then they continue with the other questions?
One of the questions the Chair asked was, we had mentioned bid disqualified while fully disclosed, and that is in brackets. So that was the finding against us. We had disqualified a bid while it was a finding against us. That's why we wrote. We had done something. I think Rabe also, maybe she, if MEC you allow, she can explain that.
Thank you, MEC Raberan Nechisauru from Health. To clarify on the brackets, so what they were saying is, during the evaluation, they are supposed to obtain a CSD report to confirm if a bidder has disclosed all companies that they are involved in. And during that point, you'll find that on CSD, a company has 3 or 4 companies that are registered. And unfortunately for the evaluation team, they used the incorrect CSD report, which then said to them, there are certain companies appearing on the CSD report that are not disclosed. And in terms of the evaluation criteria, we are supposed to disqualify a person who then does not disclose all companies. So the error was in the CSD report that was used to make that determination whether all companies have been disclosed.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, but my question on the last question on the measures, I think maybe it was not well understood. I'm saying, why don't you put, and I'm recommending that you put it as a measure, to say in the process that we have this audit which was outsourced, you must also say, and that is what must be in your plans, to say going forward, as much as we lack capacity in terms of overloading and all those things that you have mentioned, but we must build capacity within the department. That should be a measure that must always be there, to say our intention is not to continue with the outsourced service provider, but as they are assisting us with the challenges that we are having, but we must build capacity within our department. And at least you also have a plan. And you may say, MEC, you will want to beef up the staff by adding 2 or 3 posts. whatever. And this thing reminds me of a question that I wanted to ask earlier to say, what is the, how do you staff your departments or your directorate, for example, and including clinics? We know that in schools they will say to have 10 teachers, you have to have so many learners, and they work it on ratio. I think I missed to ask it when you were dealing with the resolutions. So I just want to understand your staffing processes. What you look at it to say, here is clinic A, or here is hospital A, I give it 2 doctors and 10 nurses. And then why do I give this other one 1 doctor and 5 nurses? So this is another question, it's not here, but you can answer it now, or maybe if you think it's going to be clarified in the subsequent questions, you can deal with this. But here I say include a bullet on capacitating the department to deal with the review matters as and when you have those who are assisting you.
Chair, in as much as the Director of Technical Service is still going to respond to my question. Chair, on question number, page 21, page 22, number F, question F, yeah, on page 22. Chair, there is a response from the department that there are some officials that are processed through their disciplinary actions, and then there's one that couldn't be disciplined because he resigned and so on, and then that's when they attach those attachments on Annexure 3.1. So, Chair, I would like, I thought they were going to respond to it, but I would like to say to the MEC that, one, the mere fact that someone has decided that is going to abscond from processes within the department, disciplinary measures, that's not the end of the matter. Have you checked whether this person is still within the PESAL system? Because he can resign from the Department of Education, of Health today, but then still go and work at Department of Health in Gauteng. But it doesn't, must still be processed even there in Gauteng. So this response is not sufficient. We are supposed to be told that this person is no longer in the service of the state. However, there is this particular records that we have seeked against this person, and then these other ones. We want to know how far is the process now of disciplining this one. Have you abandoned the process because you gave them 5 days to respond? Because what we normally see from the attachments from other departments, you will get the letter from the HOD instituting this particular proceedings, and then this person will be given an opportunity to can respond, and then from there it's either you are going to get a warning letter or something. So, but the letter from the HOD alone, I don't think that it's enough. There has to be something. We have to be convinced where we are that the department has indeed taken this matter very serious. Because the way it is, it's like you just want to comply with us. So we don't want that. And then that issue of infrastructure is not only about potholes. The infrastructure within the Department of Health is a mess. Sometimes, because I serve in the portfolio of health, when you go to a hospital or a clinic, there is no window there. But guys, a window is like that rand. You can take that rand and put in a window here. But then you will be told, no, this process must be a process internally within the. That's why I want the technical, that the HOD might not have, is a doctor by profession, might not have the necessary technicalities when it comes to these things. So that's why I was like, no, this one needs specifically the technical director, so that he can at least make us understand, and to the benefit of our viewers at home, or indeed the issues that they've been complaining to us, we're able to come and champion them on their behalf, because we are the voice of the people and they must use us. They are using us. So, Chair, now that's my humble plea that can we just be taken through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mawota. Anything?
Thank you.
There's a hand.
Okay.
Oh, Chair, thank you. My name is Fritz for the of this committee. Mine is one, Chair. Just wanted to check what assurance can the department give this committee that this misconduct of contravening the bid specs is no longer happening in the department. For example, Chair, the department has allocated contracts recently with regards to security and all that. So there's been concerns in the civil society writing letters of concerns that certain procedures may have not been properly followed. So I want to check what assurance can we be given that we are no longer going to experience this misconducts in terms of awarding contracts wrongfully in the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Please allow me to hand over to HOD and the team.
Chair, my name is Mike Morgan, Director of Infrastructure Planning, Property Management. I don't want to lock horns with the honourable gentleman. I just want to corroborate.
Chair.
I want to just corroborate with the HOD
Okay,
said.
can you hold it?
Yeah, Chair, thank you very much. My name is Thabo Mawota.
Sorry.
And seated here, I'm not a particular gentleman. I'm an honorable member. Can you please address me accordingly?
Honourable member, I apologise.
Okay,
Thank you. I want to just corroborate what the HOD said. While you raised the issue with me in the dining room, I got in touch with the manager, the maintenance manager, Mr. James Ramolai, and confirmed that Zata contractors are on site from today, tending to those potholes. Okay. I just also want to say that a further 193 million was mobilized in the third quarter, consisting of both internal resources from our own department, reallocation, as well as additional funds raised from the provincial treasury. Those funds have been dispersed to all our key facilities in the province on the basis of need, on the basis of identified projects, essentially for repairs and maintenance. Those funds are being deployed and utilized right now. We've obviously had massive disruption because of the rain in certain areas in particular. Accessibility has been a massive problem, roads, bridges, causeways, so forth. But those funds are going in right now. I'd also like to comment that the fact that we take a particularly keen interest in doing our best for the province. For the last 10 years, the National Treasury and the National Department of Health have had a performance grant allocation based on the quality of your infrastructure planning, your infrastructure financial reporting, and your HR reporting. 9 of those 10 years, we have sourced extra funding. This year, we've sourced an extra 91 million for the province. So we take our responsibility seriously, and I assure you that we're talking about repairs and maintenance. If you look at annually the utilization of our budget, this year we have a budget of just over 1 billion, 1077 billion, 60 plus, 68, 69, sometimes 70% of that money goes into repairs and maintenance. We have essentially a very old stock. We have a total of 41 hospitals. We have a total of 580 health facilities. Okay, we've got a massive number. And the funds are never enough. We do our best, and I do believe we're making an impact. We've got some very new hospitals on the go. You probably know about them. You've probably seen some of them. We'll open a new one next year at Siloam in August, about 1.8 billion. We've got the one down the road in Purpose Central, 5 billion. That's on program, that's going well. We're waiting to mobilize funds for Elam and Chilazini replacement hospitals. Chilazini will probably be between 5 and 6 billion, and Elam has costed about 3.5 billion. So, your honourable member, we are doing our very best, and I assure you, okay, we're not going to let down the people of this province. Thank you.
My name is Ntodeni Ndwamato. With regards to how do we do our staffing in terms of determining, we have been revising our staffing, our organograms. We have got a team in the facility. We also have some norms that assist us to say for this size of clinic population, then you need this number. So it's easier with professionals because those guys are available. So we are currently finalizing the revision of our structure in line with those norms to assist us, and that's how we are doing it. And then with regards to the assurance in terms of whether the misconducts are happening, are not happening again, one of the issues that we've done when we brought in that probity, which we are also going to ensure that even as they are working, we are also learning from them with our teams, is that they are assisting us to ensure that we avoid that. And this process that has happened was also taken through that. So we have learned from what they've identified, and we continue to learn, but we will ensure that we also capacitate our internal team as we are being advised, but to make it into a plan to ensure that we don't have the same findings going forward.
Thanks.
Thank you, MSC. If we are satisfied, honourable members, can we go to question number 4?
Mr. Chair, my name is Faith Scopa. I'll take you through question 4. It's on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Executing Authority, on page 295 of the annual report, the Department of Health fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 468,000, which was due to interest charged by ESCOM, municipalities, and the interest charged from court orders and overpayment of travel claims due to incorrect tariffs used in 24-25 financial year. A, why did the accounting officer incur the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 468,000. We will provide a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 468,000. C, how much of the amount did the department recover? D, who are the responsible officials? E, what action did the officer take against the responsible officials? F, which systems did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC.
Thanks, Chair. I'm requesting Mr. Rabelani.
Thank you, MEC. In terms of the first question, why did the accounting officer incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure? The Rabelani Nechisauru Health. Sorry. The first question relates to why the accounting officer incurred the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, of which we have detailed that it is due to the interest that was charged by institutions such as ESCOM, municipalities, and interest that relates to court orders and overpayment on travel claims wherein the incorrect tariffs regarding the engine capacities was used. And from these interests, we have identified 4 root causes, of which the first one relates to the engine capacities that were not confirmed against E-NATIS, which is a requirement that came in a bit later. The particular officials in relation to this one relates to declarations that were made, I think somewhere around 2013, and they continued to use the engine capacity. Unfortunately, it was the incorrect one. Then the negligence by officials who did not pay invoices within 30 days, which resulted in interest being charged, and then incorrect charging of interest by service providers, wherein you find that we have paid these invoices before their due date, but they are still charging us interest. And the last one would relate to instances wherein invoices are received in between runs, and unfortunately it becomes due before the next run that is available. So because we only have 2 runs, we will only be able to process it in the next immediate one, which would be unfortunately after the due date indicated on the invoices. Then the breakdown in there, we broke it down into the detail relating to the transactions. We had instances wherein there was procurement above market price, commuted overtime that was paid to one official while they were on maternity leave, and interest relating to ESCOM. We also had a few transactions wherein there was cards that were cloned for the F&B transactions. We had instances where there was interest charged by GPF, legal services related costs, which is interest that are charged on the court orders, sheriff costs and penalties and the likes. Interest and penalties relating to motor vehicle licensing, wherein we delayed the renewal, and the rest are as summarized at the top. Then in terms of the annual report at the end of 24-25, we had conducted the determinations for all of the transactions, and you will see that we ended up with a balance of 0 because the determinations were done. Then in terms of the amounts that have been recovered in the 24-25 financial year, we have recovered around 470,000, and this 470,000 will include transactions that were carried over from 23-24. Then with regards to the responsible officials, we indicated the officials wherein we identified as negligent and recovery was made from them. The listing is indicated in the report. Then with regards to what action did we take against the responsible officials, wherein we confirmed that it was due to negligence, we did recover from those specific officials. Then with regards to the systems that the accounting officer has put in place, we have introduced, or rather it has been enforced, a payment procedure manual that enforces all people to, or all officials to pay their invoices received within 30 days. And then also we've established close relationships with the Office of the Sheriff and the attorneys on matters relating to that have court orders, so that they can be received on time and processed within 30 days. We've also improved on instructions to state attorney with regards to the payment of tax bills. And then the department is also in the process of following up on an intergovernmental relation process, which is intended to also assist with recovering losses that are attributable to the Office of the State Attorney. And also to reduce the backlog and make sure that we're not moving with balances regarding to fruitless. We have since enforced the requirements in the PFMA requirement that says we need to conduct assessments and determination tests within 30 days, and where we identify service providers and officials liable, we then start the recovery processes as soon as possible. And in instances where it's transactions that affect the districts and facilities, where they fail to provide us with information to do the determination test, we then recover from the officials that have failed to provide us with enough information to finalize the determination test. So in summary, those are the processes that we have put in place, and those are all the questions relating to question 4. Thank you, MEC.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mantata and Honorable Mauta.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I've got only 2 questions. that I really need the department to explain to me. Maybe I'll understand. It's about fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The first one is about the travel claims due to incorrect tariffs used in 2024-2025 financial years. I don't understand how can a department incorrect those errors or overly incorrect tariffs claims. So the second one is about question number B, which is provide a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 468,000. The response is at it's page 23. Commuted overtime paid while on maternity leave. I don't understand that. That how come the system allow the overtime payment while the official is on leave, and who was held responsible for this payment? So, in fact, I just want to know who paid the money. Is it official from HRM, official from finance, official who received overtime payment while on leave? So we want to know that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabocha, a member of Scopa. Chair, you know, when someone submits travel claims and then they don't provide certain information, because according to this explanation is that they didn't confirm the engine capacity, however they were paid. So it means that the form was submitted, but the form was not fully completed. So it shows that there are some certain deficiencies within the system. I don't know whether the department is still operating like back in the days, whereby you just put things on paper and then you just take it as it is. But even if it's on paper, Chair, there are still some quality checks that one has to do. Because I don't think that it is the same person who receives the claims and then pays those claims. My understanding would be one would be the one that captures eyes, receives them, the other one will capture them, make sure that indeed everything is in order, then move from one person, go to finance, they'll also convince themselves that everything is in order, then payment will be released. But if the department is unable to detect such mistakes, if the department is unable to detect such mistakes, then you would be worried, what about those that they were unable to detect? Because this in itself in some elements of fraud. I don't know to which extent, but it has got some elements of fraud. You might find that people are just paying, whether they have not even traveled. People are just claiming and then they are just being paid. So this ones were unlucky, you found them and then you caught them. So I'm just saying that, can you please come up with something, man, that will at least try to circumvent this problem that we have identified. Then the other one is on this incorrect charging of interest by ESCOM. You know this thing, Chair, it seems like all departments have got the same problem. I don't know whether there's in no way you meet with ESCOM and then you have your plans in order. No, ESCOM, look, the Renarle Department of Health, we are going to pay you like this, and then if Lulu we pay you, because here they are saying that they were paid prior to the due date. So I don't understand how they will be charged this incorrect interest rate, because when the department pays, they must be informed by something. They can't just pay. They can't just pay figures that they get from the sky. And these monies are quite large sums of money. Now, when you then probe who are these officials, it's fine. Officials are identified, but you are not told the capacity of this person. What is he responsible? What is he or she responsible for? Which directorate does this person belong to? So that we can see or know indeed the right people have been identified and then they have been taken to task. Because here you are just giving us names. We don't know whether you have given us names of interns that were still in training, or you have given us names of directors and chief directors. So we want to know, who are we dealing with? We want to know the capacity of this particular person. So, Chair, I think the rest of the issues you have dealt with them, we can, as long as I'm clarified on this ones, I will not be happy, but at least I will see whether there's something that's being done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. On the issue of ESCOM, this is not the first issue raised with Scopa. The report for last 2023-2024 raised the same issue with the same reason that the bus run dates are not aligned to the payments. So I have a problem, as even today is still coming as a problem, because you should have said we tried to talk to the ESCOM, or we aligned our payment with the issuing of the statement. But we further took the same issue to the Treasury, because some of the departments were indicating that we were in touch with the Treasury to assist, to get assistance on this issue. And Treasury indicated clearly that all the departments know what it must happen if there is this issue. So the interest in ESCOM, Telcom and municipality is no longer justifiable. So that's the case. So the other issue is the amount for fruitless and wasteful expenditure is recorded as 468,000. And you'll assist me if it's me who is confusing things. And then we have got 470,000 has been recovered from the officials and service providers. So it means we have a difference of 2,000. We had 468 as wasteful expenditure and fruitless, but we were able to cover 2,000 more on that amount. So can you please assist us? And as a matter of emphasis, on what Honorable Magoja has indicated of the responsible officials, you can't just write names here as if it's a register of some sort. You must know who is Ramshaw, because there are so many Miss Ramshaw in Limpopo. But there will be one in the Department of Education who is in one directorate or holding a particular position. So let's do the information and have langa. And on the officials who were identified as negligent recovery was made, who were those officials? How much per official did you recover? You must indicate to this official A, we recovered 1,000, this one we recovered 50 cents, this one we recovered 20,000. So I think that record is very, very critical, because just a sweeping statement that we have just recovered, I think it is not fair to the people of Limpopo just to say we've recovered. And on B, question F, you are saying the following measures have been put in place. close relationships have been established with the office of the sheriff. Honorable members, what kind of a relationship was established? I mean, once you establish a relationship and you think that relationship will come to a rescue, then you must know the next step. Is page 26, a question number F, on which measures. One of their measures, they say they have established a close relationship with the law enforcement so that maybe they deal with their issues as quickly as possible by passing any regulation. As I'm reading this, that is my understanding. And in most cases, where there were issues related to the relationship, where you establish relationship, there is a corrupter and the corruptee. And relationship, that's why the more what kind of a relationship do you have with the sheriff? That will make you a favor to ensure that even if they have backlogs or whatever challenges, that they will prioritize Department of Health. So those are the questions that I was having. Yeah, I think these are the questions from honorable members. If you can just respond.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. My name is Degetseng Mashego. Chair, before I hand over to the HOD and the team to respond to the question, I think it's again English, the matter of English again in terms of saying a relationship and ends there. When we are talking about establishing a relationship, it's a matter of us being able to communicate with the office of the sheriff, and they are also able to communicate with us. It doesn't mean there are any favors or any irregularities that are happening between the two of us. So that's why I'm saying it means it's the issue of English again, and we apologize for that. And I will request HOD in the team to deal with the questions.
My name is Ntodeni Ndwamato. Maybe with regard to travel claims and incorrect tariffs. So in the past, when we declared a car that employees declare a car that they are going to use, we never requested the E90 certificate. For years, it was just a matter of there is a car and then the transport officials go and look, it's written 2.5 liter, 2.5. And there was an assumption that it meant 2.5 liters. However, now what we found is that those cars that are written 2.5, you'll find that they're actually 2.498. And those belong to two different tariff groups. So as a result, then if you use 2.5, it means you have used a higher tariff than you are supposed to be. And this is what has led to that overpayment and then the wasteful expenditure. So all the forms were completed fully and they were checked fully, everything. However, because the tariff which was written there on the basis of what is written on the car, so this has been corrected by ensuring that now when people, and we had to get the entire department to redeclare their cars, wherein now we request the E90 certificate, because the E90 certificate will actually have the right measurement. And then with regard to the officials, we have taken note in terms of not stating their ranks and their, including the cost that has been recovered from them. So there are more senior officials in that it's only those from deputy director upwards. It's deputy director, directors, chief directors, those that are MMS and SMS in terms of claiming. So we will ensure that we write that and associated cost when we submit, should we have that. But we are not expecting that, as we have now visited the entire staff and redeclared the motor vehicle. So committed overtime, it's an overtime that is only paid to doctors. So this overtime is linked to the salary. We found that there were delays in submitting the leave forms by the office of the person in charge of the doctors to the HR unit. By the time they are submitting the maternity leave, the first month has already run, hence that overpayment for a person while they were on maternity leave. This is how it is, because it's not claimed each and every month. It's put once and it pays for 6 months without having to do anything. And then unless someone submit a leave form, then it means it will pay. So that's what we have found as an issue, and we have since corrected that throughout the entire province. We've had several meetings and workshops with the people who are in charge of the doctors, because they are the ones who are delaying to submit that leave form. And all those overpayments related to that, they were all recovered. And let me see the other team members.
Chair, thank you, MEC. Let me deal with the sheriff matter. My name is Maduni Mawai, DDG Corporate Services. What the relationship we're talking about, Chair, is in the spirit of the constitutional principle of intergovernmental relations. We establish a relationship in that the sheriff never used to see another officer of the court in the department, that is the director or the deputy director. They just came into the department to do attachments, he came into the department to remove. And we said to them, can we agree that before you come here, you notify us, you tell us what the problem is, before you do the attachments, before you do removals. So that is the sort of thing we're talking about, establishing a pattern of working where you don't just pounce on us, often with media, the cameras and the media and so on. And sometimes the result of this problem is this relationship between us and state attorney, where things would not have been paid. Sometimes you later find that duplicate payments. The state attorney has paid something, and we're being pressured to pay, and then the sheriff collects twice. We have those, and then they have to repay. It's a bit of an embarrassing thing when you pounce on the department with the media, and later you have egg on your face because you must repay because you received double payment. So this is the sort of thing we're trying to avoid, to say, can we have a relationship where you communicate as an officer of the court, there's another officer of the court here, or officers of the court in the person of the director and her deputies, director legal service and her deputies. So that, I mean, in the past we used to have a situation where we're sitting in a meeting and we must adjourn because the sheriff is around. So we were managing that to say, you are a government institution, or government institution. This sort of thing should happen when you have tried and exhausted everything. That is the relationship, Chair, we're talking about.
Rabirani Nichisauru, Health Internal Control. With regards to the amount that seems we have over-recovered, if you check under the summary in the annual report, you'll see that we carried over a balance of 230 from the previous financial year. So that 230 is factored in terms of the amounts that have been recovered and also the amounts that have been written off. Thank you, Chair.
200 or 2,000? The carryover amount, is it 2,000 or 200?
Representative Nichisauru Health, the carryover amount is 230. So if you check, there's a table in the response we gave just under the detail that shows you the opening balance of 230, and we had added 468 that relates to the current period, which meant that we were sitting with around 600,000 total fruitless and wasteful expenditure, of which in that 600,000, we have recovered 470 and we have had to write off 228.
It's fine. Everything. I get a method one because we are talking about the 200 and now I observed a difference of 2,000. So the 200 and the 400, they still don't give me 2,000. That's my problem. But it's fine. It's fine. I will go. Compare 2,000.
Thank you, Chair. I think when we start, we have been telling the department that they do cut corners, and it's always what is being said by you that hey, our people like cutting corners. So I think if maybe they have, what they are discussing now or what they are telling us now, if they've done it and then they annexed everything, there would be no use of us to question them why this, why this. They must, know how to balance things by, explaining further, and then you can put that on the annexed. Then it was going to be fine. But when we understand, thank you.
Thank you. It's like this issue of close relationship, ne? Again, this is a public document. When you read a department saying we have established a close relationship, it's open for misinterpretation. It is open for misinterpretation, and it's nobody's fault because it allows that. The statement itself allows that. So what honorable member is saying is very critical. But I want to make a follow up with the overpayment or overtime leave, which was paid when a person is already on accouchement leave. And then you later spoke about the recovered amount. Is it the same amount that you're talking about? Is it the same amount of being paid of paying overtime when a person is on leave that was recovered?
Yes, whatever was paid is recovered in full, the committed overtime.
Okay. But here is the issue. The person worked overtime, genuinely so, and then filled the forms and submitted to the immediate supervisor or to the directorate, whatever. That person submitted it to the paymaster after some days, when that one was already on leave. Whose fault is there any fault with this person, poor person, and a pregnant one? I better go about the pregnant one. Last said, "I'm going to check. I'm going to leave. We just want to get the pampas." Later you said no. This was a problem because PESAL itself. If I feel, and I know, they always recommend that you filled a form today, it must be paid within. And then if it is not paid within a particular period, then the accounting officer must account on now. Why do you lodge this payment after a month or so? And it will be showing from the form signed by an employee to say, I'm signing today on the 6th of February that I have worked the past week on overtime, and then you submit to the paymaster on the 6th of March, for example. So how is it a problem to the employee? And the PESAL, I know, it will capture the same date. We are paying this person for overtime. ID from the 1 to the 6th of February. Then there will be a query to say, but this claim was submitted to the office on the 6th of March. They will not even go to that particular person who filled the form because Sienna has done her work. they will say, why do you submit this late? Then it will be the person in the HR or whatever department that submitted. So the recovery that you are talking about, is it from the person who was on leave or the person who submitted? That's my question.
So the committed overtime is not like the other overtime. It works differently. So it only applies to doctors. So the committed overtime, you sign a contract that you are contracted to work overtime for the next 6 months. You don't submit, it's a national policy for committed overtime. You don't submit every time you work. So this person went on maternity leave, they didn't work at all. So that month they had not worked. They filled the maternity leave, but their own manager delayed in sending the leave to the HR, because if they had sent it on time, they were not going to receive overtime which they didn't work for. So they didn't work the overtime because they are on maternity leave, but they were paid because there was a delay of submitting the maternity leave, only the maternity leave. The committed overtime for doctors is not done monthly, it's a contract.
Or it's just automatic that once you submit, everybody, every doctor is paid?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I think that was supposed to be explained in the first place, to say they are doctor paid. So unfortunately, when that belt was running, or this one was not on leave, and the manager concerned could not identify to say we are paying, but this one we must not pay because it's not on. But also it is very questionable, that contract, because if I'm getting my salary, full salary, if I'm working as a doctor, even when I'm on accouchement leave, why don't you pay me everything according to that contract? Because you don't even consider how many hours I did overtime. Because if there are not those things, so you worked overtime 2 hours, this one 3 hours, then it's just a payment. It should apply even when I'm just saying to say it is having a loopholes. If it can be challenged, it will have a problem. Okay, no, that's fine. I hear. Well, all our questions answered. Yeah, I think they're all answered. Can we go to question number 5? Honorable Mantata Mahasana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasana. Dealing with question 5, which is about significant uncertainties. The executing authority in paragraph 7 and in page 194 of the Auditor General's report, as disclosed in note 25.1 to the financial statement, the department is a defendant in multiple lawsuits. The ultimate outcome of these matters cannot presently be determined, and no provision for any liability that may result has been made in the financial statements. Question A is, how many lawsuits is the department currently defending? Could the committee be provided with the status of those lawsuits and the cost breakdown? B, who are the responsible officials? C, what actions did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? D, what measures have been put in place to reduce all the cases that the department is currently facing? I close.
Thank you very much. Emisa?
Thanks very much. Over to HOD.
My name is Ntoteni Ndwamato, HOD. How many lawsuits is the department currently defending? As at the 31st of March 2025, the department had 1,784 cases which are being defendant, and the cases are still pending in various courts of law at different litigation stages. Who are the responsible officials? Here we have put the responsible officials on the cases that were concluded. There are seven cases that have been concluded. The first one, there was no one responsible as the department was not found liable. However, the court costs were carried by the department. The second one, it was a default judgment where there was a plea which was supposed to be filed and it wasn't filed on time. And then the third one, it was an incident that the department had, and then the case was concluded in 2024. And then the fifth one also, these are the incident, and then where we have identified the names of officials, we have listed them, like the 2011 incident, Ms. Chikota, we have listed there. This is where the department had considered the merits, as well as the 2015 incident, the 2014 incident, and the 2012 incident. We have listed the names of the doctors who were involved in the cases. What actions did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? The cases are usually logged sometime after the incident. The incident happened and the case are lodged late, and by the time the court finalizes the case, the responsible officials are no longer in the employ of the department. For example, one of the employees we put there, Ms. Chikota, she retired in 2019 and the case was decided in 2024. And then we also checked with the other doctors who are there. They are all no longer in the employ of the Department of Health. All the doctors that are listed there, owing to the fact that it's more than 10 years ago that this incident has happened. What actions did the accounting officer take against these responsible officials? That's what the one I was discussing. And in addition, the department is following an intergovernmental relation grievance process. We had started this grievance process before, and we had then gotten in touch with the Solicitor General. They came to say, let's discuss. But at the moment, because that process is not moving, we have restarted the process again, and we are going to follow through. What measures have been put in place to reduce all these cases that the department is currently facing? We are using the preventative, which is done through the tertiary healthcare services, wherein we put strategies to prevent, as well as the legal strategies. This is now where we are fighting or defending the matters. So the specific plans that we are having in place, we have training that we are offering to our employees on a monthly basis, where we teach them on medical ethics as well as the litigation training, so that they can understand what is happening. These sessions, they are rolled out at all the districts to enhance awareness in relation to legal cases. Then the case management sessions. These sessions is when now the legal services together with the directorate look at the actual cases one by one, and then get advice on whether the department is able to defend or whether we need to follow a different route in terms of defending this matter or bringing these matters to conclusion. Then the mediation process, this one, the department has also begun that process. In this regard, the Office of the State Attorney has been instructed to ensure compliance with this rule, which is Rule 41A of the Uniform Rules of Court. Then alternative dispute resolution is now when we are following a different method other than follow the court process to see if we can bring the cases to conclusion without going through the court processes. So where it is appropriate, the legal directorate engages with the plaintiff attorneys to see if they can come to an amicable solution. The dormant matters that we have discussed earlier is that now we are looking on them so that those matters that are not moving and they have not moved for many, many years, then they are archived. And to this end, the state attorney has been instructed to proceed. And the cases have already been identified. We discussed them earlier. And the panel of legal practitioners, we have also discussed it earlier, where we were looking at having them to come in to assist the department in fighting the cases. We have also discussed the panel earlier. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the issue of litigation and significant uncertainties, we have spoken a lot about them in the resolutions. But we don't say members should not ask questions. But I want to indicate MEC that on question number 2 on who are the officials. Remember, earlier this morning, Honorable Mabuja said it's not the state attorney that is accounting to Scopa. So when we say who is the responsible official, and you write state attorney as responsible, the attorney will never be responsible for these cases that are appearing to us. So please can you correct that? And we discussed the capacity of the estate attorney in the morning, that they indicated their challenges and they also need to be assisted. And you must look at why you got the default judgment. That's because you did not comply with the timelines. And you have people who could have assisted you within the department to say, after these dates are lapsing, and once we don't get representation or we don't make submissions that as required, it will be a default judgment and you'll be liable to pay. Again, when we say as a responsible person, is the one we are going to say, then because we encountered this a loss, will follow the money. So indeed, the state attorney did not do its job, but who is responsible? When we want the recovery of the money for the loss, we will not go to the state attorney. We are coming to the officials. So we want the name of that official here. So I think that was the matter, because we spoke about it at length this morning. Is there any question on, can we go to question number 6? Is it 6 here?
Yes.
Other members?
Chair, is on the achievement of the planned targets. Executive Authority in paragraph 7 and in page 194 of the Auditor General's report, the AG reports that about the achievements against the planned targets and provides explanations for over or under-achievements. This information should be considered in the context of material findings on the reported performance information. A, why did the accounting authority fail to achieve all the planned targets? B, what constituted the under and over achievement in this program?
What is 6? Page 46.
What was the impact of underachievement on service delivery? D, who are the responsible officials? E, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? F, what measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. That was on the achievement of the plan targets. Honorable MEC.
Thanks, Chair. HOD.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Ntodeni Ndwamato, HOD. Here in this area, we did not reach the target. When we do not reach the target, we analyze and find out what went wrong. Then there were two areas that we find out. We have patient-related factors contributing to the non-achievement. We also have social determinants of health, increasing the burden of disease. And the patients that are related to patients is patients defaulting TB and HIV treatment, patient delaying visits to health facilities and not booking early. Those are the indicators. Then the other issues that contributed to this is the rising cost of unemployment to patients, contributes to patients' poor health status, leading to inadequate nutrition and increasing malnutrition rates. And then what constituted this, the over and underachievement? Starting with underachievement, we had in various programs doing the analysis for payments, compliance with 30 days, we were at 99.96, where in 8 invoices out of the 21,000 were paid late. And then when it comes to program 2, the main areas were non-compliance to the patient safety incident guidelines in most of the indicators in program 2. There was one indicator of mental health, which was a new indicator, and as a department, we have been struggling with this indicator because it was new. So the entire financial year we were training, especially the staff at primary health care, to identify this mental health disorder and how to treat them. So with regards to the sub-program 2 of HIV/AIDS, we had a loss to follow up of patients that affected the achievements of targets under HIV/AIDS, STI, and TB, wherein the patients could not be found. And then the program of maternal and child as well. Here we have had where we need to identify pregnancies quite early and start people on follow-up. They arrived, they start late because they conceal the pregnancy, and even after birth, where we say come back after 6 days, we found that we are not getting all our mothers back on time. And then when it comes to vaccination as well, there were areas where we could not find the children that were initially immunized so that we can now give their second dose, and this is the area where we are not doing well. And then we have now also had areas of when they were ill, such as diarrhea, pneumonia, and severe acute malnutrition, wherein when we analyzed the cases of those that passed, we found that they came too late to the facilities when nothing much could be done. And then when it comes to overachievement, the areas where the department did well, it was in program 1, it was in collection of revenue, and also for the primary health care, they had improved on issues of patient experience of care. For program 2, the issue of reporting patient safety incident closing, then they had improved in that regard, including the issue of ideal clinic status. There was an improvement in that regard. Those are the areas which were strengthened and they assisted us to reach the targets. And then when it comes to also TB treatment success rate, that one we also had achieved due to the strategies that were implemented, the DOT strategy that were implemented to follow-up on TB. Also, another critical area where we continue to improve, which is a critical area, is the area of maternal mortality, where in the prior year we were at 115, then we concluded at 104. That has been considerably improving in that there were fewer deaths compared to the previous years. And so in the mother and child, there was considerable improvement, including some areas of immunization for under one, cervical cancer screening also, there was a significant improvement. We also did not have death from malaria. Less than 1%, it was 0.3%, the death that occurred, which is an improvement from the previous performance. So in this area, there were implementation of treatment protocols and guidelines, also raising awareness to clinicians on how to identify these illnesses and treat them early. And the same information that is in Program 2 applies to Program 4 and 5. Program 2 is district hospital. Program 4 and 5 is regional and tertiary hospital. So all the indicators are still the same indicators where in these facilities we were showing the numbers in terms of the improvement. So it's the same information that has been going on. And also with our infrastructure, we had improved the projects, and we had increased, we had additional projects that were implemented during the year to the increased rate of expenditure, as Mr. Mogel earlier presented. And then in terms of the medicine availability and the ambulances, we had improved funds, especially with the medicines, so we're able to maintain that because of the improved funding at all levels, depot, facilities, as well as PHC. And that has improved. And then with regards to emergency medical services, since the procurement of the ambulances, we have been achieving our targets because of the new fleet that led to an increase operational ambulances, and that has improved our services. What impact did non-achievement, what was the impact of underachievement on service delivery? The areas where we had not performed, looking at Program 2, both district hospitals and primary health care. The first one is reporting of incidents at facility. There is a timeline that we are to adhere to report within 24 hours. So this was reported few hours later. Hence, there was non-adherence. However, there was no impact because they were still attended. The incident was attended timeously. Then the issue of patient experience of care rate, it assists the hospitals to understand if patients are satisfied with the service. When we have low scores, it indicates that our patients are not satisfied, like when they wait too long to see a doctor, and that is now where we know that the patients may be discouraged and maybe may not come in the future. However, there is minimal impact on service delivery. We eventually see them, but they were not seen adequately on time. The same issues are across various levels of hospitals. So they are in Program 2, Program 4, and Program 2 and Program 5. So those are the areas. The same issues are the same way in the incidences were reported late, and then the issue of non-compliance to PSI reporting line, and who are the responsible officials. Here we wrote the names of the people who are responsible for the program or a hospital, if the lower performance was at a hospital level. So we have analyzed it to the level where the non-performance has occurred, and we have listed the names of all the officials who are responsible for the program or a specific hospital. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials in program 1 and 2 who contributed to underachievement of pay? So in program 1, 2 officials who contributed to underachievement, they were disciplined. In other programs, the underachievement was attributed to societal, systemic, and patient factors, and could not be attributed to a specific officials. And these were the issues that the department is still, some of the issues are beyond the department. However, the department in working with other sectors, those are the issues that we're looking at. What measures have the accounting officer put in place to prevent recurrence of this anomaly? We hold performance meeting reviews wherein we bring all stakeholders from the level of primary care to all the areas so that we can review the progress and then monitor what identify challenges that are beyond within our own department and beyond, and then we mitigate to attempt to remedy the underperformance. So we are part of the social cluster and other clusters, and we are working together to ensure that these issues, then we are able to solve them within the structures that are there, including the development of municipal integrated plans that our district executive managers are involved in, and also working with the district development cluster meeting. I've already mentioned that. So we also have the stakeholders who are our partners, the NGOs, who also support in areas, in certain areas, so that those issues that are at the community level, we are able to work through them and assist our communities to come through when they need to come. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, on the questions that needs to clarify, if they are there, honorable members will ask. But I think the information is just straightforward. There are cases where you underachieve and where you overachieve. I think both of them are a challenge. If I'm right, Chairperson, because if you overachieve, the question is, where did you get the budget to deal with those issues that the extra issues? But we may as well understand the sector, because here we are talking about a sector which deals with the masses. For example, it might be justifiable, yes, I agree, because if you are saying you are targeting 500 people for a campaign for HIV positive, for example, and on that day you find that it was a good day, you get 700. It's an overachievement, and because some of the factors that are at play at that particular level where you have to work, you are not directly controlling them. So I think it should be understood along those lines. But anyway, when you have got the APP, you must be within that particular APP. But health is not usually possible, because sometimes when you try to trace HIV positive people, TB and all those things, for you to reach is not within your control. It is under the circumstances that you are working that you will be able to reach those. So it is understandable, and we believe that is a fair report that you can accept and take that it is a true reflection of what is happening in the department. Unless if you have questions, honorable members. Honorable Scopa.
Thank you, Chair. The department, my name is Scopa, member of this committee. They make a proclamation here on page 34 that the rising unemployment contributes to patients' poor health status. Recently, the Stats SA told us that in Limpopo, the unemployment has dropped by 5%. Will the department say the contrary to this is true? How scientific is this proclamation? Secondly, Chair, with the meetings they've been having with,
Which page is that? Is the
34.
34.
Yeah.
All right.
The meetings they are having with, the cluster meetings they are having with social development and education, how effective have those meetings been? Do we have any concrete results from these meetings? And how is the department strengthening their outreach programs as much as awareness is concerned with regards to these health issues that our communities are having? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. MEC?
Thanks, Chair.
My name is Ntodeni Ndwamato, HOD. So with regards, we have taken note, Chair, with the issues of underachievement and overachievement. Yes, indeed, it's like that. And that's what we are faced with. And at times, even though we have overachieved, it doesn't mean that we have used additional budget. We think that where in the past we go with the same resources, but people don't come. But with this particular day, because it's a good day, we get people. So thank you. And then with regards to unemployment contributing to patient poor health status. So people who are poor have no resources of getting appropriate nutrition. So majority of the diseases, especially TB, when you are malnourished, you are susceptible to getting these diseases. So even when you are HIV positive, you don't have nutrition, you tend to get worse. This is what we're trying to say. That being unemployed, it does contribute to people not being well. And then with regard to the clusters, we have the social cluster, and they are effective. We meet on a quarterly basis. We develop common strategies. We work together. Sometimes we go out together when we do the health promotion campaigns. The education, where we look now at ECDs, we are part of that to ensure that we have a comprehensive approach to health. And then our outreach programs are also there. They are continuing. We have several at various levels. Even our Honorable MEC goes out to lead those campaigns. She leads them as part of Bupilopili. So we have them. They are ongoing at all the districts, either physically when we go out to the community, or through the media like our community radio stations. Those are the ones that we are utilizing the most. So with those structures, we are working together, and there are certain strategies that we develop together. For example, one of the strategies that we developed that has been approved ESCO is the teenage prevention strategy. That is what here we didn't see that, and we continue to see an improvement in that area as we are working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Honorable Sopela, when asking the question of unemployment, was maybe looking at the rising unemployment. But remember, Honorable Sopela, that this report is the 2024-2025, and the stats is released every quarter. So by the time they release this quarter, you find that this was written, 2024, 2025.
Thanks, Chair. I've clarified.
I just want to. I agree. We don't want to hang questions.
That unemployment has dropped. As now they are also struck in terms of the
Yes, I wanted to clarify it further, Honorable Scopa, because you raised it on the basis that it is just dropped, while here they are saying it is rising. So I wanted to clarify so that people cannot interpret themselves, and to an extent that they misinterpret. So by that time, it was just like that. And even if it was not 2024, the recent stats is recent. Obviously, some of us who have not even felt it, or we have not even adjusted our record in terms of seeing the impact that is having in the department, or so, and so on and so on. I can have flanker responses open to the misinterpretation, because people can misinterpret it indifferently. The last question, honorable members, which we have spoken to it, we are just formally presenting it.
Okay, question number 7, Chair. Can I take it?
Yes.
Okay. It's about other reports. Executing authority on paragraph 37 of the Auditor General's report, page 201. The investigations did not form part of the AG's investigations, but was conducted by various parties. The reports indicate that investigations into procurement irregularities at the Limpopo Department of Health are still in progress by various service providers, such as Special Investigating Unit, which is SIU, and Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation under the South African Police Service, which is SAPS. The question is, A, what is the status of the investigation by both SIU and SAPS?
That's the question. Is there any question? Because this is the only. Yeah, this is the only question on question. No, I mean the question from members on the very same matters that were raised.
They must respond.
Oh.
You are tired. You are tired. Let's make it so that you can rest.
Thank you, Chair. Over to HOD.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Ntodenin Bamato, the HOD. The SAP investigation by SAPS are still in progress and have not been finalized, and we have noted the earlier discussions wherein there said to be 8 matters with the Hawks. We, as a department, we are going to follow up as we are advised. We had one case of SIU that we have referred. The approval for proclamation for this particular case has not been granted. This is the case that is the Limpopo Provincial Government sanctioned a forensic investigation. It was on the irregular expenditure relating to the bid for coal. So this is the one that the department is implementing the outcome of the investigation. So it's referring to the case where we had made referral to the SIU. So these are the cases, but we have noted all the comments earlier to say we must follow up all the cases that are related to our department. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, now I'm coming back. Do you have questions, honorable members? Okay, honorable Antata Mason.
Chairperson, my question is not based on this SIU and the like. It's a general question.
Okay, let's deal with this one first, then we can. I understand the way I'm presenting is to say the third bullet, where you refer to Annex 1, 2, and 3.1 to 3.3, is the same matter that you say you have submitted to the awaiting proclamation by the President.
It has not been granted. They declined to pass the proclamation.
That is what I mean. You are still waiting for that proclamation.
My understanding from the team is that the proclamation is not going to be passed on that one.
Or it was disapproved?
Yes.
That does not meet the requirements to go to the SIU?
Yes.
Okay. In the case of SIU, the approval for president has not been granted. Other when you say it has not been granted, it means that you are believing that tomorrow it will be granted.
We shall do.
So, can we revise this sentence as to say the proclamation, the application for this was declined? Okay. Now it takes me to the second question then, to the third bullet, to say the investigation for the government sanctioned the forensic investigation of irregular expenditure to be better to this field. And then you are referring to those annexures. So was this investigation initiated after the decline proclamation or the decline application, or were they implemented both at the same time?
So what happened was, as a department, when we identified at that time, we had referred, but the provincial government as well after the assessment. So it was first referral, then a forensic investigation.
They were going parallel.
They were going parallel.
This other one died and we went with the forensic. And then is the investigation completed with recommendations? That is why you wrote these letters for notice of corrective action, corrective measures.
Yes.
And there were no response to this from these people.
The responses have been received.
But they are not in the files.
They were not in the file, yes.
So how are we sure that if they responded and how we responded? Because we want to follow this money. Our aim is to follow the money. They must promise to say, indeed, we will even though we know that it's a regular expenditure, but they must take a responsibility of some sort. And even the same investigation report is not there. Is it there?
Yes. Is there on the amended?
Yeah, that is the challenge, to say, if you have identified the recommendations for the forensic investigation report, and one of them is disciplinary process, and you put 10 letters last year, 1st of October, and the responses are not here, you don't know what they are saying. Again, the intention to charge, you say to a person, tell us why we should or should not charge you. In fact, before we can even take action. So that we weigh your reasons. If they are justified, it means we will not continue with the action, but it must be indicated now. Based on the submission of this employee, we are not going to continue with the experiment because he was able to prove, or she was able to prove, that he is not the responsible person for that, even before hearing. But if you are not convinced, then you continue with the processes. So we wanted to hear those reasons that the employees advance as and when they respond to your letters. Those are the concerns that I wanted to raise. They don't give us the progress in terms of where we are with this case. And remember, this morning the accounting officer said this irregular expenditure, it is what is between us and the claim audit. So if you don't take the appropriate measures, in 3 months' time, you must be submitting the financial statement. I don't think this would have been cleared. Looking at how you respond to it. So it is still going to be in between within the 25-26 issues.
Thanks, Chair Gegetseng Mashego. Can I request the DG responsible for corporate services maybe to take us through in terms of whether they've responded and how far we are now?
But the challenge, those things we were not supposed to ask, we were supposed to see them in the file. That is why I was saying, if these people have responded, we'll see, okay, out of the 5, 2 have been cleared, and then we're going to proceed with hearing for the rain.
Yeah.
And you'll say, no, we are assembling the committees, take and then you will indicate that. So the explanation may assist, but I don't think for now we assist because there's no evidence. So,
no text.
But what I'm saying is, if you don't fast track this issue, then you are going to have a problem with the PT because they are not going to condone this thing, and it will always be between you and the team audit. So if there are no other issues, so that was the last question. Maybe let's hear Honorable Mantika Mahasela on the issue that you wanted to raise, which is not related to the questions.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm very much concerned about our hospitals, which are not in good condition, especially when it comes to maintenance of the hospital, beds, linen, everything, it's in tatters. I usually visit the hospital which is in Musina, where I come from, and then you'll find that there's no order in some of the hospital, Honorable MEC. So I just want to know, how are you going to improve the condition of our hospitals? Because it's terrible, and I do understand that we have got a problem, or problems of the people who are from outside, the foreigners, we find that they are not documented, they are undocumented, and then they are here, and then they occupy our hospitals, and of course it's a challenge. So how far, or I know that that one of foreigners, it's a national thing, but what is it that we are doing as Limpopo, to put our hospitals, in order, and especially when it comes to maintenance. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I will allow the MEC to respond because offensively it is outside, and now I close the questions and the responses. So I thought we were just going to note it, and then maybe I don't know. But the way it is, I'm not sure MEC if maybe I could respond, but I thought it was just an issue that would be raised for the meeting. But Hasela seemed to have a response. But what I'm saying, it was not supposed to be like that. And you were even allowed to ask the very same question, even in the same question, question 7, that concern and the questions that you were asking were still relevant. So, okay, but let me allow the MEC just to conclude.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Gegetseng Mashego, MEC for Health. Chair, in terms of improving our hospitals, I cannot say when because we have already started in terms of improving our hospitals. If you can look at the projects that we did in the previous financial year, those who visited some of our facilities last year when they come back again, they see a huge improvement that we are doing. And we are continuing to do that. I think when Mr. Mokel was outlining, when he was answering what the honorable member has asked about the potholes within the hospital, he also touched on the projects that we are having throughout our facilities to ensure that we improve our facilities, understanding that most of our facilities are old. What we are doing is to ensure that at least we intensify maintenance in our facilities. Of course, we won't be able to do everything at once, but we are saying every financial year there are areas that we are targeting so that we improve how our facilities look. In terms of linen, HOD, I think you confirmed that we've procured linen for all our hospitals so that we knew we had a challenge of having old linen. You find they are not so nice when you walk into the wards. But now I can assure you that we've got linen in our hospitals. And another thing that it's a little bit of a challenge, but that is what we are addressing when we visit facilities through our program, is to ensure that even our facilities, they utilize what we have, because some facilities, the challenge would be that we have new linen, but they put it in the stores and they prefer to use the older ones, not knowing why are they keeping these things in the stores. But now we are saying, we bought those things for our patients, so remove the old ones so that we can have the new ones. And then we know that when we have linen, and then now you can start crying by saying, now we don't have curtains, then we know that we focus on that. But as the department, we are very much committed to say each and every financial year, there's money that is allocated to ensuring that we improve the outlook of our facilities, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you very much. I think in summary, ma'am, the issue has been addressed, even though maybe it may still be addressed in other forums. Any other issue? We have done with all the questions. Can we go back to the agenda? The agenda is on recommendations. I think as and when we were deliberating, we're discussing, we were even giving the recommendations on how some of these things can be dealt with and can be approached. And we really recommend that those concerns that were raised, those issues that were raised, we attend to them. I think if you do things right, you can even move to a clean audit. You have that potential. The only thing is that to do the right things and develop your internal capacity. Because if you develop internal capacity, it is sustainable. It's not even costly. It's sustainable. You know that the personnel that you have capacitated will be there in the department, will capacitate those who are coming, and then you are having a stable institutions. But what of importance, deal with the issue of irregular expenditure. Deal with irregular expenditure, and we hope that even this financial year 2025-2026, you will not incur any irregular expenditure. Consequence management should be applied to the fully to its conclusion. And the investigation reports that we are talking about, let's implement its resolutions. The reports that we are talking about with regards to the investigation, forensic investigation, and other reports that we included in the new file, please let's document those. Let's implement those recommendations and have a way of dealing with the findings, address the findings in the previous, and check the other programs if the same issues that were raised are not applicable to the other areas, so that when you're going to submit your statements, the financial statements, they are free from any misstatements. So we believe that you can do it. You just have to close gaps here and there. Do a proper monitoring as the accounting officer, and tighten and strengthen even the internal audit. We want to hear next year when you account that we are no longer using those outsourced auditors. Now we've developed our own internal control service. They are capable. We've even added personnel in that particular section because of the number of bids that we are having. So we've added this number of personnel. Now they are able in terms of the skill and in terms of the numbers. So without any waste of time, let me allow the Office of the AGSA to comment.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Rachel Mavunza, Audit Manager from the Office of the Auditor General. I think firstly we would like to thank the committee for inviting us, for giving us an opportunity to brief them in terms of the audit outcome. We also noted the discussions that were held throughout the session today, and we believe that the discussions that were held will ensure that controls are strengthened at the department. And our commitment is to continue to work together with the department to ensure that there is improved audit outcomes so that the lived realities of citizens on the ground are also improving as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, from our side, we want to commend the department on making an improvement. If we look at their findings, I think there is a serious improvement. And their unqualified status on the financial as well as on performance for us is encouraging. Such a big department with this limited information, it means there is a room for improvement and can grow better if we can deal with all the legal challenges. But let me thank the committee for guiding us in terms of how they want the packaging of the documents going forward. So I think the only area that the department will work on, we have emphasized it, the area of illegal expenditure. And this area I'm emphasizing is shared because it also frustrates us in further. If the department, they agreed to disclose the irregular, they still sort it out with the AG. It gives a confusion in terms of the enrollment process. So I will add that if we could fast track that process and make sure that we find each other along the way and clean up the records before the beginning, as we close the books for the financial year, we would appreciate that. And I think the AG will agree with me that this is one of the departments that we know that the regular expenditure will rise every year. But since the internal controls that they put in place, including the committee of vigilance and interest in that space, and we believe we could improve better that space share. Yes, you are right. The department will become the candidate for clean audit. And you can see, Chairperson, that the issue that you have been complaining about in terms of contingent liability, they were able to do in the department. And this is the department with the biggest amount of contingent liability. Actually, they are taking 99.5% of the contingent liability in the province. And the AG has agreed with the methodology, they do the assessment, and they are where they are today, and I believe there's nothing impossible. If they can just put a little effort, we can improve that, Chairperson. The green audits may come out of this department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, MC.
Thank you very much, Chair. Pleketseng Mashiro. Once again, we also would like to thank the Standing Committee for this session and also for the comments and the inputs, all the advices that you have given to us will ensure that indeed we improve in terms of our reporting and also strengthen all our internal processes. And we also want to say thank you to also our provincial treasury and AGSA for also going with us, being with us throughout this journey. And we are saying as the department, indeed, we are committed to ensuring that we account to the communities and also we give them all the services that they deserve, and we'll keep on improving to ensure that we achieve that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are on the item on way forward. I think that the recommendations that as way forward, that let's go and work. Let's go and do what is right. But let's never fall. So thank you, MEC and your team for the presentation. Thank you, honorable members. We had apologies that I have not mentioned. Honorable Mabuja is on his way out into school, and Honorable Buluni also had to go and attend to his medical issues. So don't be surprised, there were those apologies. We want to thank the honorable members up to this far. The chairperson of the portfolio committee, Dr. Malevan, I hope that you heard what are their issues, and we believe that you are heading a very important committee that will assist the department to realize all these goals and all these targets and everything, so that when they come to us, because usually on us they will come once a year or twice a year if we are lucky, but you are able to meet them at least more than once a quarter. So we solely rely on you to ensure that all these issues that you face are addressed, so that when they come to us, we don't have some challenges. Thank you very much for being with us, the provincial treasurer, representative, the AGSA representative, our legislative staff, the viewers who are on the different platform. We thank you, and this meeting has come to its conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.